like to call this meeting to order and welcome everyone. I'm happy to welcome everybody to the spring meeting and our final meeting of 2025. Actually, not our final meeting because we have a strategic planning meeting June 5 and 6 in Williams. But other than that, this is our final meeting here on campus until many of us will be back and look forward to being with everyone for the 9 graduation ceremonies that we will be having in a few weeks. First order of business, I want to recognize Sydney Stafford as our student representative on the board, and we've been delighted to have you here at the table this year, and we are so excited that you will be joining us again next year, having been reelected a couple weeks ago. So Sydney, thank you for your contributions to this table. We're grateful for you. The next item of business, I'd like to go to the consent agenda and ask if anybody wants to remove any item from the consent agenda. Anyone? If not, I would like to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda as distributed, signify by saying yes.
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 All those opposed? We have approved the consent agenda. The next, we will go to committee reports. I would like to call on Nicole to have our academic excellence report.
Thank you, Madam Rector. Good morning. The Academic Excellence Committee meeting on April 10, 2025 began with a welcome by myself, followed by approval of the minutes of our last meeting. Committee then heard the following reports. The divisional update for academic affairs provided by Provost Bob Fulward. He began his remarks by recognizing faculty and students from the College of Visual and Performing Arts who recently performed at Carnegie Hall, a first for JMU. He also recognized kinesiology professor Kathy McKay for the success of the Paralympic Skill Lab opening on Monday, which showcased our adapted physical education options. The provost reported the transition to Okta for identity management access had gone well, thanks to proactive communications from IT and engagement from faculty and staff in AA. He also provided an update on hiring in the division, noting there were 90 open instructional positions, mostly due to retirements. He provided then Fletcher Linder, as well as Bethany Blackstone, reported on core curriculum and general education. Fletcher Linder, Associate Provost and Dean of University Studies, and Bethany Blackstone, Dean of Honors College, updated the committee on the status of core curriculum renewal, also known as Gen Ed. This had not had a full retask in 30 years. They are 2 years into this report, 2 years into this redraft. They reported high faculty engagement in the early pieces of the process with 115 recommendations received from 267 survey responses. Those recommendations will be reviewed, revised, and further developed through the next academic year, with an anticipated implementation in academic year 2027-28. Turning the tables a little bit, and based on feedback from my committee, we had a dean's roundtable where we asked 4 deans some tough questions and had great interaction. We had Michael Busing, the Dean of the College of Business, Bethany Nowicki, Dean of the Libraries, Jem Tang, Interim Dean of the College of Integrated Science and Engineering. We need some longer names for titles. And Tracy Zimmerman, Dean of the College of Arts and Letters, joined the committee for a high-level roundtable discussion focused on challenges in higher education. In the higher education landscape. Deans weighed in on current concerns and opportunities facing higher ed as a whole and issues related more specifically to their individual colleges. The deans and committee members had a good discussion on multiple topics, as well as what will be their college's highest priorities for the incoming president-elect. We had curriculum updates. Paula Maxwell, the Associate Vice Provost for Curriculum, presented 2 curriculum proposals for board approval. First request was for the discontinuance of the Master of Arts degree in art. The program has had historically low enrollment Based on the stats that I saw, 5 in the last 6 years. The last enrolled student is scheduled to graduate in August 2025, and no new students will be enrolled for fall 2025 or beyond. Madam Rector, on motion from the committee, I move the full board approve discontinuance of the Master of Arts MA degree designation in art.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those-
Aye.
Your
Thank you, Madam Rector. The second proposal is to establish a new graduate certificate program in entrepreneurship and leadership in arts and design. It will enhance knowledge of the intersection between arts and entrepreneurship and provide a bridge to career and professional opportunities. The curriculum will be delivered online to an anticipated enrollment of 18 students per cohort. This online approach is the only one in the state. Although other schools offer this, we would be the only one to reach other populations that could not be here on campus. The curriculum will be delivered online to an anticipated enrollment of 18 students per cohort. The self-sustaining program will be administered through the School of Professional and Continuing Education. Pending SHEV approval, the certificate will be effective fall 2025. Madam Rector, on motion from the committee, I move the full board approve the new graduate certificate program in entrepreneurship and leadership in the arts and design.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nicole?
Thank you, Madam Director. We also discussed the faculty handbook. Co-chairs of the faculty handbook committee, Sam Prince, Dean of the College of Science and Mathematics, and Sarah Brooks, Madison Foundations Coordinator and Professor of Art History, provided an update on the process and progress of the committee. Opportunities for faculty to provide feedback will continue through September of 2025, with the approval process beginning late in the fall semester. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Academic Excellence Committee be accepted.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? All those in favor of approving the report as given signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Madam Rector.
We will next go to advancement engagement. Michael?
Thank you, Madam Rector. Madam Rector and members of the board. So we opened with a brief discussion on the power of clubs and organizations, the 400 clubs, and what it does, the value that it creates for students. We had a fun discussion on that. We then moved to fundraising. Alex Marinelli shared that athletics giving has reached $4.4 million to date. This includes contributions to the Proud and True Fund, as well as the Duke Club seat donations. Just over 75 so far this year. We've had 7,500 unique donors, and that is a 27% increase over last year. So very well done, Alex and team. Jeff Gilligan then gave an update on university-wide giving. The university has received $25 million of commitments so far this year. That's up from $22 million a year ago and puts us on track to potentially match or exceed our second highest total ever of $28.1 million. Gift expectations are also very strong at $6.3 million, with 138 major gifts and planned gifts closed. Next, Dr. Nick Langridge delivered his VP report. He shared that this year's Madison Trust event inspired over $140,000 in giving towards 10 faculty and staff-led innovations. Additionally, advancement will go live on April 14th with its implementation of Salesforce AffiniQuest, a robust new CRM that will better support university-wide engagement. And for those of you who don't know, this is a Herculean effort. And so congrats, Nick, to you and your team and everyone who's involved in IT across the campus. So then Nick talked about some upcoming and recent events. On Saturday, tomorrow, the Office of Family Engagement will host our annual Sibs and Kids Day, a wonderful tradition that gives siblings of students, some of whom will be future Dukes, we assume, or we hope, the chance to experience life on campus. On March 28th, we had a record turnout at the annual stewardship lunch. Madam Rector, thank you very much for attending. That gathering continues to be a wonderful reminder of the human impact of philanthropy, connecting donors with the students and faculty their generosity makes possible. We then heard from Karen Reachmont and Liz Frowell, who shared highlights from another successful giving day. Mr. President, we look forward to hearing your remarks, so I won't add anything to that now. Other than that, it was a very successful day in a lot of ways. Chris Myers followed with an insightful overview of the university's enrollment marketing strategy. His team continues to create compelling content, really well done, and targeting advertising that connects deeply with future Dukes and their families. Next, Megan Schenker-Fulcher and Candy Graham gave an inspiring update on the work of Women for Madison, which has now surpassed $1 million in total giving. Their commitment to cultivating trust, connection, and generosity through events like the upcoming Women for Madison Summit on May 2nd and 3rd, and regional circle gatherings in Northern Virginia, Richmond, Philadelphia, and Tidewater are quite impactful. Finally, we heard from Miriam Bradley and Kelly West, who previewed the university's inaugural Family Business Symposium scheduled for the fall of 2025. This event will bring together multi-generational family business leaders who are connected to the university and is designed to build stronger relationships within that community. Before we adjourned, we broke into small groups for about 90 seconds. It was like a rapid fire. And we asked one simple question, and that is, what are 1 or 2 or 3 words that you would use to describe the culture of JMU? Here's what emerged. We had 3 words that were selected twice: welcoming, home, and relational. We then had, so I'll give you some other examples, not the whole list. I don't think we have time for the whole list. And some other examples were engaging, kind, sincere, family, friendly, community, trust, safe, authentic, depth. Should I do the whole list?
No, You're
Okay, I'll call it good.
you're about to the end. Go, keep going.
Let's call it good. Let's call it good. Let me give the whole list.
No, that's
All right,
fine.
all right, everybody, you want to hear the whole list? I'll give it live. All right, we're good. Audacious, opportunistic, it's in a very, very positive sense. So these words, and this is really for everybody in the room and everybody listening. These words are from the heart, and we have a remarkable, what you have built and what everyone for decades has built is really a unique and remarkable culture. And I can tell you that the impact that that has on our students every single day is unquantifiable. So thank you for all that you do to care for our students. With that, Madam Rector, I move to accept the report of the Advancement and Engagement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of accepting the report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Michael. It is accepted. We next will turn to athletics and Dickie Bell.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Athletics Committee heard the following reports at the meeting on Thursday, April 10th. The Sports Conference and NCAA update. JMU teams have compiled a 154, 123, and 11 cumulative record for .554 winning percentage so far this academic year. A very successful winter season concluded with 3 more championships, along with Dane Peterson with swim and dive, Shauna Regan with women's basketball, both winning Sun Belt Conference Coach of the Year honors. The committee received a comprehensive review and update on the institution's strategy with respect to House Bill 1897 for the 2026 General Assembly session, commonly known as the Cox Bill. The committee also received an update on the NCAA versus House settlement, which the full board learned about in February. Final approval hearing was conducted Monday, April 7th. The athletics department is prepared to begin implementation based on such approval. The Title IX participation report results were shared from a recently conducted Title IX report, which acknowledged that JMU meets the Title IX requirements relating to providing proportional participation opportunities for males and females and equitable financial assistance and scholarships to our student athletes. Recommendations for various programs and support areas in the department were also outlined from that report. In our student athlete focus, Duke's Lead aims to transform the student athlete experience through career readiness, community service, human development, and leadership enhancement. It's everything. Personal account of JMU as the transformative student athlete experience was provided by a current student athlete, highlighting the importance of the Duke's Lead program in her growth both professionally and personally. And I'll just add, it was an outstanding presentation by the young lady, and she's definitely a poster child for athletics here at JMU. Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAAC, SAC, accomplishments from the 2024-25 year were shared, which included over 6,500 community service hours completed by JMU athletics, and initiatives for the 2025 and 2026 were presented. The ticket and strategic revenues update, an overview of the ticketing process for men's and women's basketball and football was presented, including reseating and reparking timelines for each sport, as well as an explanation of the entry process for ticket requests and an overview of the pricing, evaluation, and establishment process. As recently announced, Bridgeport Stadium will offer 2 new premium seating options for the 2025 football season, which is anticipated to generate $500,000 in new revenue. A fundraising update, the athletic fundraising update was provided, as you heard earlier, by the Advancement Committee Chair's report. And Giving Day was held on February 27th, 2025. Athletics specifically raised $177,302 through 639 donors. Future agenda items were discussed for consideration at the upcoming Athletics Committee meeting. Madam Rector, I move to accept the report of the Athletics Committee.
Thank you, Dickie. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the athletics report as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Dickie. We will now turn to Jeff Bolander and the Audit, Risk, and Compliance report.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Audit, Risk, and Compliance Committee met at 2:45 on April 10th, 2025. The minutes from February 13th, 2025 were approved. Megan Richard and Jonathan South of the Auditor of Public Accounts presented the results of the JMU financial audit for the year ended June 30th, 2024. Ms. Richard reported that they will be issuing an unmodified opinion on the university's financial statements. The audit did not identify any material weaknesses. There was one instance of non-compliance that was required to be reported. Ms. Richard also noted that the university made all required adjustments and disclosures for the implementation of the new Government Accounting Standard Board standards. Matt Bengay, WMRA Station Manager, discussed the results of the WMRA financial audit, which was conducted by PB Maris CPAs. An unmodified opinion was issued on the statements for the year ended June 30th, 2024. The audit is required because the station receives funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. The station is licensed to the JMU Board of Visitors. Membership revenue increased by $107,000 for FY24, assisted by a state gift of $80,000. FY25 marks the 50th year of WMRA serving the Shenandoah Valley and Central Virginia. Dr. Nicole Wright, Associate Professor of Accounting and graduate students from Accounting 677 Advanced Assurance Analysis class, reported on the latest collaboration with the Audit Management Services. The focus of the project was on small purchase charge card expenditure testing. The students assessed and defined risks, identified controls, selected a sample, and developed and executed a testing plan. A student panel described how this project impacted their learning experience. Yelena Outerkirk, Assistant Director for Audit and Management Services, discussed the value of the collaboration to the internal audit team. Becky Holmes presented a draft FY26 audit plan for discussion. She noted that Yelena Outerkirk will be serving as an internal controls advisor for implementation of the new human resources and finance systems as a part of the Reengineering Madison project. Ms. Holmes also reviewed mandatory disclosures required annually by the Institute of Internal Auditors. The mandatory disclosures included organizational independence, impairment to independence or objectivity, quality assurance and improvement program, disclosure of any nonconformance with standards, communication of management's acceptance of risks. The committee went into closed session to review and discuss internal audit reports issued since the last meeting. The meeting adjourned at 4 p.m. Madam Rector, I move the report of the audit committee be accepted.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you, Jeff, very much. Next, we will go to the Finance and Committee meeting report from Steve Smith.
Thank you, Madam Rector. The Finance and Physical Development Committee heard the following reports at the meeting on Thursday, April 10th, 2025. The financial review was given. The university's revenue and expenses were appropriate for the period of July 1, 24 through February 28th of 25 of the fiscal year. The committee was, the audit review, the committee was provided with an update of the university's financial statements audit. The university received an unmodified opinion on these statements. The university received one written comment on improving the common origination and distribution system, COD, as part of the APA's Student Financial Assisted Programs Cluster Audit. Management has already implemented procedures to correct this finding. The General Assembly update, the House and Senate agreed on a budget and sent it to the governor. On March 24th, the governor handed down 8 item vetoes and 205 amendments to that budget. The General Assembly reconvened on April 2nd to consider the budget and other legislative amendments. The General Assembly approved 33 of the governor's 205 budget amendments and sent the budgets back to the governor. He has 30 days to sign or veto the budget. JMU has funding for 2 capital projects included in the current budget, along with operating and financial aid support. 39 bills were signed into law that are expected to have a direct impact on JMU's operations related to procurement, academic affairs, athletics, and other areas. 10 bills with impact on JMU are awaiting action from the governor. 2005-2006 proposed tuition and fees. 2 proposed scenarios for tuition and fees, inclusive of differential room rates and differential tuition for the College of Business and Nursing for the 25-26 academic year and 26 summer sessions were presented. The committee approved scenario 1 for 25-26 tuition and fees, which includes $162 or 2% annual increase for in-state undergraduate students. Differential room rates, differential tuition increases for the College of Business and Nursing, and tuition and fee increases for the summer session 26. The committee recommends approval of scenario 1 by the full board. Tawana will present the proposed 25-26 tuition and fees scenario later in the meeting. The 25 and 26 proposed budget. 2 proposed scenarios for the 25-26 budget, inclusive of differential room rates and differential tuition for the College of Business and Nursing for the 25-26 academic year and the 26 summer session, were presented. The committee approved scenario 1 for the 25-26 university budget, which includes $162 or 2% for in-state undergraduate students. Differential room rates, differential tuition increases for the College of Business and Nursing, and tuition and fee increases for the 26 summer sessions. The committee recommends approval of scenario 1 by the full board. And again, Tawana will give a presentation on the 26 or 25-26 proposed budget scenarios later in this meeting. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Financial and Fiscal Development Committee be accepted.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the report signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you, Steve. We next go to governance and Jack White. Jack?
Madam Rector, the Governance Committee discussed the following items at its April 10, 2025 meeting. First, the committee approved the minutes of its February committee meeting and its interim March committee meeting. The committee was then joined by Chris Oram, Executive Director of PAIR, which is Planning, Analytics, and Institutional Research for the university. And Dr. Oram shared an update on the SWOT analysis, which has seen over 3,000 responses so far. We encourage anyone who has not yet filled out the SWOT survey to do so, and a reminder email will be sent next week. And the board will collectively discuss the SWOT analysis at its board retreat, which is scheduled to occur on June 5th and 6th in Williamsburg. The committee members then briefly discussed their recent self-evaluation in harmony with the 2024 self-evaluation, and we will also discuss these in further detail together at the upcoming firm retreat. I think I'd like to take a moment to just thank everybody for actually responding to the board self-evaluation. The committee then reviewed updates to the charters in the board manual, and the governance committee approved those updates. So at this time, Madam Rector, I move that the board approve the proposed changes to the board manual.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Have your approval, Jack.
And I want to note that we have now finalized a year-long thorough review and update of the entire board manual, which places JMU in, this is exciting for me, but I don't know how to make it sound exciting. All of our operational documents are live and current. And it is rare for an institution of higher education to have live, current operational documents, but we have that. Finally, the governance committee discussed the itinerary and agenda, the run of show for the board retreat, which, wait for it, will take place on June 5th and 6th in Williamsburg, Virginia. Madam Rector, I move the report of the governance committee be accepted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Jack. We appreciate all your hard work. And we look forward to being with you again on June, what? 5 and 6, I believe I remember, in Williamsburg. Next, and last but not least, we have student affairs, and we have Dave Rexroad providing that update for us this morning.
Thank you. The Student Affairs Committee heard the following reports at our meeting on April 10th. First, we recognize 5 staff members: Rebecca Barge, Carson Willett, Tim Miller, Jonathan Stewart, and Miles Surratt, for presenting at the Student Affairs National Conference. This is a competitive process, and JMU was well represented on the national stage. We also acknowledged two altogether one winners from student affairs, Christina Byler and Sasha Griffith. And lastly, we honored Bob Golson's retirement from JMU and UREC and his 26 years of service to JMU. The Student Affairs Leadership Team presented their partnerships across campus. They shared that students do not see or understand divisions and emphasize the importance of working together to serve students' needs and enhance their experience. The presentation was followed up by a panel of 5 partners from different areas across campus. Tracy Kite from Family Engagement, Lily Cronin from Emergency Management, Paul Mabry from Student Success Analytics, Melinda Wood from Enrollment Management, and Mark Gabriel from the Department of Biology. Some highlights from the presentation and panel include Miles Surratt shared about the partnerships with Enrollment Management, where we work together to yield the incoming class. During choices, Student Affairs has a panel to illustrate our students' experience transitioning in the JMU community. Melinda shared on the panel that Student Affairs is a key partner and crucial to sharing information around the student experience. Carson Lynette shared about connecting students with alumni and providing opportunities through partnerships with advancement. Together with the Family Engagement Office, JMU is becoming a national model for how institutions can partner with parents and families. Tracy Kite, Director of Family Engagement, shared the sentiment and thanked Sherry King for laying the foundation for this work with families. She shared her appreciation to the Student Affairs team and how essential the partnership is to enriching the student and family experience. Christina Byler shared about the partnership with Academic Affairs and the Quality Enhancement Plan. The QEP is part of the Southern Association of College and School Commissions on colleges accreditation required every 10 years. The goal of the QEP are to improve student retention and close gaps in outcomes by implementing an early student success system. Paul Mabry, Director, shared that this work and partnerships have raised our retention rate from 89 to 92%. Overall, Dr. Moe shared that these partnerships have helped elevate the student experience and allowed Student Affairs to help every student thrive. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Student Affairs Committee be accepted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of receive or approving this report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you, Dave. Next, I'd like to call on Kathy Walter to present the faculty Senate update, but I would like to say first, Kathy, thank you so much for your participation in the presidential search. We greatly appreciate your contributions during that process, and we now look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Rector. Good morning, everyone. We have approved a final definition of shared governance. It's been endorsed by both Faculty Senate and Academic Council. And the definition of shared governance at James Madison University is shared governance is a form of governance in higher education through which core institutional stakeholders, primarily administrative leadership, faculty, and governing boards, work together to make decisions that impact the institution. Facilitated by structures and processes, shared governance ensures that those with the most relevant expertise have a primary decision-making role in their respective areas. Shared governance and academic freedom are inextricably linked and essential for fulfilling JMU's academic mission. Bound by the norms of honesty, integrity, and responsibility, academic freedom is the principle that scholars and educators can teach, research, and express ideas related to their scholarly expertise without censorship or fear of retribution. Academic freedom also protects the right of faculty members to speak freely when participating in institutional governance, as well as to speak freely as a citizen. Shared governance at JMU rests on the commitment to transparent and meaningful collaboration in a framework of academic freedom. The shared governance implementation team now has a landing page to keep track of the project progress towards the recommendations that were made by the Shared Governance Task Force 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. So that is accessible to everyone should you want to see where we are in that process. Academic Affairs Policy number 2, which is the policy on academic unit heads, is in its final stages and hopefully will be ready for summer, fall 2025, depending on the additional work that we have to do. The policy includes adjustments to the academic unit head position, incorporating comprehensive evaluation and term limits. This process originated from a Faculty Senate resolution in spring of 2022. We talked about things moving slowly in academia yesterday. This is no different. 3 years of healthy, productive conversations across campus has produced our first collaborative policy between faculty, faculty senate, and academic affairs. The Faculty Handbook Revision Committee, as mentioned from the Academic Excellence Committee, they're hoping to have their first draft out to faculty sometime in May for review and comments. Faculty Senate will be discussing and voting on 2 resolutions during our April meeting. The resolution in appreciation of interim President Charlie King and resolution on external challenges to faculty roles and responsibilities. For the faculty highlights, in the School of Music, Sam Suggs is also a senator. He's from the School of Music and is featured as the double bass soloist in the soundtrack for Netflix Oscar award-winning The Only Girl in the Orchestra, documenting the life story of Orrin O'Brien, the first woman in the New York Philharmonic. The Department of Health Sciences, if any of you are interested, will hold their semesterly research symposium on May 5th from 5:30 to 7 in Festival Ballroom. Student teams will present their semester-long research projects in a poster presentation format. And they will answer questions and talk about the studies that they did over the course of spring semester. Writing, rhetoric, and technical communication, which is a very long title for a program. Jen Almgeld, I think is how you say her name, won the Shirley Hanson Roberts, who graduated in '56, and the Richard D. Roberts Endowment for Faculty Excellence Award at JMU. The nominee must possess a record of excellence in any of the following areas: mentorship and nurturing of undergraduate students, strong collaboration and support for students in and out of the classroom, a deep engagement that has helped transform the student through experiences involving high impact practices, helping to transform the culture of the learning experience and improve the academic unit, and modeling approach that has transformed the unit. The award recipient must be known as a caring, knowledgeable, and collaborative partner in learning with students. And through partnering and inspiring students to believe in themselves, to take risks, to question, and to enjoy the process of learning, growth, and self-discovery. The College of Education, Mark Lewis and Melanie Schaffner, professors in the College of Education's Department of Middle, Secondary, and Mathematics Education, co-authored an article published in the Virginia English Journal with 6 teacher candidates in the secondary ELA teacher education program. The article stems from student participation in the National Council of Teacher English Conference, organized by Drs. Lewis and Schaffner and supported by Dean Mark Ellis-Browns. And then finally, the Department of Philosophy and Religion. Dr. Anne Van Leeuwen is in the Department of Philosophy and Religion, was awarded the Plato Grant, which stands for Philosophy Learning and Teaching Organization, for 2025-2026 academic year. Her project is in collaboration with undergraduate students in the Department of Philosophy and Religion and elementary age students in Harrisonburg City Schools. They will meet weekly on Tuesdays on campus with JMU undergraduate students. The JMU students will read texts and discuss ideas in the philosophy of pedagogy. Undergraduates enrolled in this course will also meet weekly on Thursdays with elementary age students in Harrisonburg City Schools. The idea behind the program is to provide a work-based learning experience for philosophy students and to provide elementary students with the opportunity to explore philosophical questions and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. We appreciate you. Before I ask Sydney Stafford to give her report, I wanted to take the opportunity today, as you all know, is Choices, and I was going to recognize Brielle LaCroix as our outgoing, but did she get in?
She's at Choices still.
Okay. Anyway, thank you, and I will thank Brielle when we see her. But I also wanted to introduce our new SGA president, Charlotte Bruneau. And we will be hearing from Charlotte as we move forward next year, and we welcome you, Charlotte, to the boardroom. Now I'd like to call on Sydney, and Sydney, let me just say thank you too for your contribution to the presidential search. You gave a lot of time, and the presidential search really had the benefit of your knowledge and bringing the student perspective as we searched for Dr. Schmidt.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be up here for my fourth board meeting of the year. This has truly been such a monumental year, and by having a student present at the full board meeting, you all have been able to learn so much about the student perspective and experiences. It has allowed me to do so much that I wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, so I thank you for that. While preparing for this last board meeting of the year, I continued to discuss important topics with my peers, such as tuition changes, degree requirements, and class enrollment strategies. My engagement with the next president of JMU did not end at the announcement, and I am looking forward to helping him become more introduced to the entire student body in the months to come. I also attended the tuition hearing and was able to hear from students about their perspective on university finances. I gave a welcome speech at Choices, where prospective students visited our home to make their big choice. I was recently re-elected to be the student representative to the board for a second term, so I get to work side by side with you all for one more year. And finally, in the middle of all of these events, I had a very restful spring break in Charleston, South Carolina with friends. I am also very pleased to add that this morning I found out I was accepted into the Governor's Fellows Program this summer and placed into public safety, which I'm very excited about. When I look back at this year, I see everything that students gained from having this role be as active as it has been. I met with dozens and dozens of students, and those meetings helped shape our next university president. I planned and prepared board materials on matters that are extremely important to students right now, and had many meetings with many of you and our senior leaders to discuss those topics. I have spent 4 days in Richmond collectively this semester to advocate on behalf of the student body and met with dozens of legislators. Alongside my peers, I planned the third halftime on the quad event, a Meet the JMU Student Body President and Student Rep Outreach event, and have started planning more events like these for next year. I hosted the Virginia Student Representative Conference to the Board of Visitors, in which 6 other student representatives in Virginia gathered to hear perspectives on what it means to be a student rep and share individual experiences from their own universities. And last, but certainly not least, I was an active member on the JMU presidential search, and after calculations, spent almost 200 hours working to ensure our next leader was a leader the students would truly be proud of. I say all this with gratitude because none of these projects would have been possible without the support from you all, and without the opportunity to be a strong presence in these decision-making spaces. It is so important to have students at the forefront of these decisions. By creating a space where the student voice is heard, we are not only able to inform you on how university decisions affect our own experience, but also have a chance to learn and understand perspectives very different from our own. This past year, we have been able to represent the student body in ways that have never been done before, so I truly thank you all for this opportunity and look forward to working with you next year. Looking forward, I have set 3 priorities for this next year, one of which being to engage. Throughout the presidential search, I had numerous ways to engage with the board, the student body, and my community. I want to keep that momentum going and ensure that at every point during my term, I am actively engaging in every way possible. Next, I hope to inform the student body on the way this university functions and the resources available to them, but also inform myself by meeting with students to learn the ways that I can best serve them as a student leader. Finally, the most significant goal of mine will be to transition our next university president, Dr. Schmidt. I am so excited to lay the groundwork for engagement from our next leader and to ensure that students remain as engaged with administration as possible. I also hope to transition the next student representative as best I can when the time comes. All of these goals come bitterly sweet as it means our time with President King is coming to an end. Mr. King, your service to the Madison community has not gone unnoticed by students. We are extremely grateful for your service, and our student experiences would not have been the same without you. This past Tuesday, the student government voted unanimously in favor of a resolution to recognize your dedication to this institution. It states, to recognize President Charlie King's distinguished service to the Madison community, and to show gratitude for his deep commitment to the growth of students in the institution. Whereas President Charlie King has dedicated over 25 years of service to the Madison community by serving as the Senior Vice President for Administration and Finance and Interim President of James Madison University. Whereas President King has been an impactful university leader during his term as he oversaw and ensured the success of current capital projects, advocated to legislators on behalf of James Madison University for funding, and promoted student success in all areas of campus. Whereas President King has provided a system of support for all students at JMU, from demonstrating his passions for students at New Student Convocation to offering unwavering encouragement at graduation ceremonies. Whereas President King has taken an influential role in the adoption of the Okanagan Charter at JMU, making JMU the first of all post-secondary schools in the Commonwealth to embed health into all aspects of campus culture and to lead health promotion action and collaboration locally and globally. Whereas First Lady Sherry King has been present and engaged with students during meaningful events such as first day of classes photos, the JMU homecoming parade, and athletic events. Now therefore be it resolved by the Student Senate of James Madison University that the Student Government Association show endless gratitude to interim President Charlie King and First Lady Sherry King for their service to the Madison community. Additionally, the Student Government Association would like to wish the King family success through all their future endeavors. We have a hard copy for you as well to thank you for everything.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Y'all gotta get a photo of that. That was.
Dr. Miller's turn is next.
Where do you think it's at? There is.
I have one last surprise for you. We have a video so you can truly see the impact you have made on the student body.
Hi, President King. Thank you so much for helping JMU grow so sustainably and for ensuring student success every step of the way.
Thank you, President King, for speaking at New Student Convocation. You've made the orientation experience so much fun.
Thank you, President King, for all your work this past year. Every time I interacted with you, you were always so kind. Just want to thank you for your service this past year.
Thank you, President King, for all you've done for the JMU community. We'll miss you. Thank you so much, President King, for adopting the Okanagan Charter to make health a priority on JMU's campus. I really enjoyed having you as president of JMU this year. JMU won't be the same without you.
Thank you, President King, for participating in the homecoming parade and helping me to redesign the Union patio.
Hey, President King, thank you so much for your service to JMU on helping promote student life on campus.
Thank you, President King, for taking pictures of me on the quad on the first day of class. We'll miss you.
Thank you, President King, for being so engaging with students during your time here.
Thank you again, President King, for your over 25 years of service. You will forever be an impactful member of this community, and your legacy will be felt for generations to come. Thank you again, everyone, and I look forward to next year.
Thank you, Sydney. And with that, I'd like to call on Mr.
Yes. Thank you, Sydney, for the SGA. Just means the world to me. Okay. Last meeting. King regime. It's hard to believe that gone by so quick that we just here in September with our first meeting, and now we're in officially last formal report. But it's been a great year. As I have done at every previous board meeting, I'd like to share with you some events and some things that I thought you would find interesting that have occurred since the last meeting. And I know it's been a short time since we last met, but this place continues to do things all the time. So I'd just like to mention first here that on February 14th, which happens to be the last time you guys were here for a board meeting, the School of Strategic Leadership Studies had a conference, and our very own Carly Fiorina was the keynote speaker. Recently, Tom spoke to a class.
on campus. Jack spoke to our OTC in December. So I would encourage all of you to look for those opportunities because it really means a lot to the students and everyone on campus to have you guys come speak as part of the leadership of this university. On the 14th of March, we had our Alumni Awards Dinner, an annual event sponsored by our Alumni Association. You see a picture there. These are the 6 award recipients that were honored that night by the Alumni Association. I had the honor of being there and speaking and giving a award to the presidential award to Paul Holland. That is a very, very good event and one that I would encourage you maybe in the future if you could attend, I think you would enjoy. The presidential announcement on March 26th, historic day, a day that I thought went extremely well. Many of you were here. But what I really want to say about that day is we had a very, very short time to put that together. And a lot of people on this university, about every division, touched that event and did a super job. So I want to recognize all of them for doing that work in such a short time frame. Sherry and I took the Smiths out to dinner on Wednesday night, and I can tell you they really appreciated that day and thought it went extremely well. Next is the stewardship luncheon that's been mentioned, but I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. It's an annual event. It's an event where we honor our donors, and they get the opportunity for many of them to sit at a table and have a meal with students that are receiving their scholarships. The event had 425 people. I don't know if that was our largest or not, Nick, probably close to it. Lots of, I tell people all the time, if you come to that event, and Suzanne can confirm this, and you don't feel good when you leave that event, I don't know what we're ever going to do to make you feel good. Because you get to hear student speakers about what it means to them for their scholarships. You get to hear donors speak about what it means to them to give to this institution. And it's the brass band performed. It was just a really special event. I think you would agree with that. So I would encourage next year, when you get the invitation, try your best to come to the stewardship luncheon. I think you really enjoy it. The next one has not occurred, of course. Madam Rector mentioned this. I just mentioned it, that our commencements will be May 15th and 17th. Because we moved them into the Atlantic Union Bank Center, which is the right decision. It takes us 3 days to get through all of those commencements. And I know many of you have signed up to attend those commencements. If you haven't, I would encourage you to try to. I think it means a lot to the families and the graduates to see board members on the stage participate. The career fair, I mentioned this in November, that we had just had our fall career fair, and we had moved it to the Atlantic Union Bank Center because it becomes so popular and so big. And we had so many more employers who wanted to participate. Well, we also, as I mentioned to you, we was going to have one in the winter. And unfortunately, snow got us that day. So it impacted the attendance and the actual time of the event. But when you look at the total year, and that's what I want to talk about, is we had 4,200 students attended, over 334 employers, which is 47 more than the year before. So it was a very successful event. I would point out to you that we're starting to see a little softening in the job market. And so our career planning placement office is going to do extra work this spring and summer with employers to make sure every senior gets an opportunity to get a good job. The Common Good in the Commonwealth is a speaker series that we've had for a number of years on campus. We try to do a minimum of 2 a year. I had one in the fall that was in connection with Constitution Day. But we have one coming up Monday. And you can see on the slide, that's 2 of JMU's very own, Senator Serval and Senator McDougal. And they're going to be here to talk about how they work across the aisles for the common good of all Virginians. Now, this should be kind of fun because they're about as opposite on the political perspective as you're going to find. But they're good friends because they both went to school here at the same time and were in SGA at the same time. And so I've heard some of their stories before, and I think it's going to be a real enjoyable evening. So if you can, I would encourage you to attend that event on Monday. Student success, we always talk about that and how important that is to us. I got just a few things I want to mention. The first one is a brand new program that we're going to start this fall. It's called BR, which stands for Blue Ridge Community College, to JMU. And this is a program that we are going to focus on students from the Shenandoah Valley. That's where we're focusing on. Because we know that the 4-year degree attainment in the Valley is not at the level we would probably like to have it. And it falls behind lots of parts of Virginia. And so this will focus on students to encourage them to think about a 4-year degree, start their first 2 years at Blue Ridge, finish there, and you're automatically accepted into JMU. Right now, we've had 49 applicants for the inaugural class. And then we're excited about this because it gives us another opportunity, not only to work with Blue Ridge, but to make an impact on the Valley with regard to higher education. We have tried for a number of years now, and I think we demonstrated to you when we talked about our applications and enrollment to encourage more first-generation students to attend this institution. But what we've not had is a national organization or a chapter for them to kind of join and be part of that's solely about first-generation students. And so this fall, we'll start our first Alpha chapter on campus for those students to participate in. Now, I'm going to talk about Garber Hall Fire one more time. I know you've heard a lot about the Garber Hall Fire. Some of you heard some more about it yesterday. But I want to read an email that I received from a parent whose son was impacted by the fire. Now, I get lots of emails. Typically, they're giving me a lot of advice about me. Here's what I think you're gonna enjoy. Because good morning. I just wanted to drop you and your team in line and both thank and commend the university and Residence Life for their superb response to the fire at Garber earlier this month. My son was displaced by the fire, and your team at Residence Life was incredibly responsive, communicated often, got him shelter and a new room in an incredibly short period of time. Unfortunately, I don't have the names of any of the people involved, but please extend my thanks to them for myself and my son. I am very appreciative of the speed, professionalism, care, and competence that everyone demonstrated during that event. It is really a credit to all of you at James Madison University on how well you handled this event. Just proves that Nate's decision to go to JMU was the right one. Go Dukes. And this is from Jeff Becker, whose son lives in Garber Hall. Now, I stood here before you in February, talked about how well I thought we did. Tim Miller's talked about it. But this is just, I think, confirmation that you guys needed to hear that we really did do a pretty darn good job on handling that Garber Hall fire. So I hope you're, Tim, Luana, if Bob was here, they three, their teams was what made this responsible. I want to thank them again publicly for doing that. Giving Day. It held on February 27th, another annual event held at a lot of different campuses. But what I want to report to you today is that we had $3,659, which exceeded our goal of $3,475, raised $1,233,459, which is a 15% increase over the previous year. And those dollars are just critical for this university. And what's special about those dollars is the donors get to pick exactly where they want that money to go. And so that's, in many cases, for some departments, the extra money they need to really have a special year. So I want to thank Nick and his team. It takes a lot of preparation to prepare for Giving Day, and it's a long day for them as those donations come in and as they thank people and process all that financial information they have to process. So congratulations, Nick, on another successful Giving Day. Our speech team. You have heard about our speech team before, being board members, but they competed this past weekend in their national tournament. And what's unique about this, every single member that went on to that tournament qualified for at least one single event for them to compete in. And then on top of that, for the first time since 2011, we had a finalist. And apparently at the very end of the tournament, 6 people get picked out of all those students that go to this tournament. And we had one of those 6. So I want to thank Tracy, and she's the dean of the college that sponsors this speech team. This is, we talk about teams all the time, but we typically talk about the athletic teams. We have a lot of other teams. We have academic teams, we have teams in student affairs that compete. And so this is just a really special treat for us, Tracy, so thank you. Federal engagement. We talk about being in Richmond a lot, but we also have a presence in DC. See the Capitol there in the background, but this is a picture of our group of veterans and our executive director of the Valors Program who went to Congress recently and spent time with members of Congress talking about the Valors Program here and about veterans concerns. Our leadership team, which is made up of Anthony Tongin's team, are ready, as you would expect, spend lots of time in DC, but here recently, they've spent an inordinate amount of time there because of the changes that are coming to us with regard to federal contracts and grants. And they've been there representing us and making the case for why we need those grants, and they've done an exceptional job in doing that. Athletics has had the opportunity also to participate in DC. Matt Rome first met with Congressman Ben Cline to talk about NIL. And I think this is a credit to Ben Cline that he would reach out to find out more about what's going on with NIL, because Congress is eventually going to weigh in on this. And then we had some subsequent Zoom meetings with Congressman Cline from our athletic staff that help him better understand what's going on with this NIL. And then finally, our College of Arts and Letters faculty took part in a Humanities Advocacy Day in DC. I got one more thing I should have said finally. Economic impact. Should have this in front of you. This is a document that Anthony and his team prepares every year. Pretty much makes the case about how JMU impacts the local economy. A lot of good information in here. Those of you locally, please take this. I'm sure you can use this when people are bending in your ear about JMU, because there's some really good information here for you to know about. State government relations. I'm not going to spend quite as much time on this slide because most of you heard this presentation last night. But it is a good news slide, and I don't think you expect me to do anything else but put a good news slide up on the screen. But we did have a great year in the General Assembly, and what's unusual about that, and Nicole and Nikki can speak to this, we were in the second year of the biennium. And typically, what you're trying to do is hold on to what you got in the first year. But we went and was a little bit more aggressive, and I think turned out some excellent funding for the university, particularly the almost $4 million for affordable funding. That helps offset many of the cost increases we have on campus. We got our nursing program funded. That's the Fast Flex program that will start. We also was a little bit of a surprise. This wasn't in the biennial budget at all, but they did agree to award a bonus to all of our hardworking faculty and staff in June of 1.5%. But the one I'm really the proudest of is the next one. Because when I got here, I found out that Johnson Hall had been received planning money. Okay, so what we could have done this year is just took our time, planned that building for this year and next year, and hoped that we get the full funding in the new biennial budget. And I said, well, let's see if we can't push that one a little bit. So we went to work and got that project planned, and went to work in Richmond and convinced them that one, we could save money by doing it at the same time we did Spotswood Hall, which is going to be renovated this summer. They're 87 feet apart. So we knew one contractor doing both jobs would save you money. The other thing was we knew it would be less disruptive to the campus if we could do all that construction where they're located at one time. And we were successful in convincing people in Richmond to give us the full funding. So we will start on that project this summer, a year sooner than otherwise would have happened. Athletics, women's basketball had an outstanding season, 30-6, went 18-0 in the Sun Belt, lost a heartbreaker in the conference tournament championship in overtime. But they did receive a #1 seed in the WBIT, and we played 3 games here on campus and made it through the quarterfinals. Men's basketball 20-12 had a #2 seed in the Sun Belt Championship. Women's swimming and diving won their 2nd straight Sun Belt Championships. I'm really proud of the ladies for that. Lacrosse is currently ranked number 14th in the nation. They had a game this week. They've won. They're 3-0 in the American Conference. Lacrosse does not compete in the Sun Belt. Sun Belt doesn't have lacrosse. So we're hopeful that they will continue on their winning ways, win their tournament, and then make it into the NCAA's. But if we can maintain that ranking, we feel pretty good, I think, Matt, that we get an at-large bid with lacrosse, which has kind of become customary here at this institution with our women's lacrosse program. And then finally, when you have good facilities, when you have good teams, and you have a strong athletic administration, you get asked to host conference tournaments. And so this spring, we were asked to host the Sun Belt Track and Field Championship on May 8th and 10th. So if you have a chance and you want to see some good track and see a great tournament, the operation, a championship operation, then we'll be at Centerra Park on May 8th and 10th. As you would expect, there's not a lot to be done with future board topics since this is the last meeting. But I mention this not because I don't think Jack's done a good job of telling y'all when the retreat is, but to alert you that as soon as we get through commencement, you'll start to receive a significant number of emails from David about lodging, about the schedule, about what's going to happen at the retreat. So be looking for those emails right after commencement, so you've got all that information leading up to the retreat. I just want to end with thank you. It's been a great year. It's been a great year. And I was at this meeting last year in April where you guys decided to give me the opportunity to come back. And I told you at that meeting, some of you that were here, I said, my job is to keep the trains on schedule so you can focus on hiring a new president. And I think we've done a pretty good job on both fronts. You know, I think I did more than keep the trains on schedule. I think I had them ahead of schedule. And I think we accomplished a lot of good things. And I know y'all feel good about what you did with hiring the new president. You know, when I talked to the staff in August, to the entire campus for that matter, it was an opening speech. I said, I mentioned a number of things that I had in mind that I wanted to accomplish. And one of them was, I said, I want every student not to be negatively impacted, particularly seniors, because we're in a transition year and we have an interim president. And I think we did a pretty good job of that. I think if you went out and talked to the students, and you've got some here now, they would probably first tell you they didn't know they had an interim president, which is fine. But I don't think they were impacted at all with this transition year. I think everybody had the year that they would have wanted as a senior in particular. I think if you talk to the staff, I think the staff would say, you know, we had the resources we needed. We saw him out on campus a lot and he talked to us and he gave us, in connection with you guys, a holiday bonus, which was totally unexpected to the staff. And I can tell you this, I've done this for 47 years and I've worked at 3 institutions and I've been part of a lot of positive things. But I have never, ever got as many thank you notes and cards and emails about that bonus. And I want y'all to know that because you supported it. When I recommended it, you voted unanimously to do that. And I want y'all to feel good about that too, because the staff really did appreciate it. Let me see where I'm at. I thought I had all this memorized. I think we reconnected, and not that we weren't connected with Richmond, but I think we had a presence there this year that made a difference. And I think it showed up in the slide that I talked about earlier. I guess the point I'm trying to make is one of the things I told everybody at the beginning, I said, look, I'm not a placeholder. It's just not part of my mentality or my makeup. We're not going to sit here and wait on the new president. We're going to do some things and we're going to move this university forward. And I think we've done that. But I want to be clear. The only reason we've accomplished much at all is because of those people right there. That senior staff has just been the greatest team I could have possibly asked for, because they had to put up with some of my crazy ideas and some of the things I pushed them on, and they never pushed back at all. We pulled together as a team, and I think we accomplished a lot. So I just want to thank them for all they've done this year. I want to thank you. Thank you for your support, your advice, your encouragement. We couldn't have had this kind of year without a great partnership. And I feel like we've had that. I hope you do too. Because It means the world to me to know that the board is solidly behind the things we're trying to do. So thank you. It's been the honor of my life to serve as the president of this institution. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Charlie. I will miss our conversation, regular conversations come July 1, but I'm gonna keep calling. Next, I'd like to call on Tawana, and we will go with her proposed 25-26 tuition and fees report.
I feel like I just left. Okay, so there's some new folks in the room, so I'm gonna go through this again. I'll try to go a little briefer because the board heard this presentation last night. What I started out with is just to let you know this is a little bit different this year because we have some different components to our tuition and fee discussion that we don't normally have. We're gonna talk about differential room rates and housing, and also differential tuition in both the College of Business and the School of Nursing. So you've heard a little bit about it this morning, but I'll veer off of the regular presentation and talk about those things. So before I get started though, I found out some information that I thought might be helpful. There's only 4 institutions that have already set their tuition and fees. So I thought it might be helpful. UVA has set their tuition at 3%. Virginia Tech is 2.9. Radford is 1.97, and Virginia State is 3%. For comp fee, UVA did 4.4, Virginia Tech did 6.9, Radford did 6, and Virginia State did 5. For room, UVA did 5.5, Tech did 3.9, Radford did 5%, and Virginia State did 5%. And then board, UVA did 5.5, Virginia Tech 4.9, Radford 4.3, and Virginia State 5%. So I thought that might help you just a little bit to see where other institutions did. But let's start out with E&G. This is education and general funding. So this is the academic side of the house, where all of the education for the students starts. So that's faculty in the classrooms, the deans, advising, libraries, those sorts of things. So this is the total education and general budget this year. You can see here it's $458.1 million. And here's the components. It's 58.6% is tuition. 40.2% is general funds. That is support from the Commonwealth. And then there's a very small miscellaneous, that's like application fees and things like that. So this is the expenditures of that same money. This is where we spend those dollars. And if you look at the different pieces of that pie chart, the purple, gold, green, and orange portions of that are all personnel. 74.2% of that education and general budget is made up of people that are actually in the classrooms, in the libraries, educating the students. That's our mission. And so that's where you would expect that we put our dollars. If you look at the red portion of that pie, that's the money they have to operate. And this column here shows what the components of all of that remaining 25.8% are. And if you take out the financial aid, which is 11.1%, you see that you have about 15% that's discretionary that you can actually do something with if you had to cut it without getting into people. And I show you that just because we have some concerns about the economy, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, but I wanted to make sure that you did understand we are very people heavy here at the campus, both on the E&G side and on the auxiliary side. So these are the things that we have to take into account. This is just a list of them. I'll get into specifics in a couple of slides. But just economic uncertainty, just with everything that's going on in the federal level, it does affect Virginia. You know, we are a state that has a lot of federal employees that live in Virginia but work in DC. So if you know, there's job insecurities and things like that, it can affect whether Richmond actually makes their proposed revenues. And then downstream, that affects our Commonwealth support, which is the second bullet that you see there. We always worry about student access and affordability. Where are we in the market? I'm going to show you a slide that ends up showing where we are compared to our other people in the state. The VIM STEP program, I've talked with you guys about that quite a bit. I'll get into that in a few minutes. And then just expenditure drivers. There are some things that are coming up for next year that are unavoidable costs for us. There's a pay increase, there's an increase in benefits, there's inflation that we have going on. So we'll talk about some of those. So this slide, I want you to see this because it shows our general fund support per in-state full-time equivalent student as compared to all the other institutions in the Commonwealth. And the dark purple shows the general fund support, and the lavender shows the financial aid support. And this is just it's a reality for us of where we are. If you look at the top bullet, we receive $3,089 less than the average of all of the other four-year publics in Virginia. So we're the very last block on this slide. And because our tuition is low, when you add all of the components together, our general fund support, our financial aid support, and our tuition, we still have the lowest amount of money to work with per full-time equivalent student. So it just kind of paints a picture for where we are. So this graph is kind of a representation of the budget and everything we had to consider. So the big circle's the budget. And then these are all the things. And we'll start, I mentioned the state and federal funding. We're concerned always with, does Virginia meet their revenues? Are there things the federal government does that'll affect us? Because if we don't get the funding, it's because we're funded low, it's an issue. We look at enrollment. Are we going to make our enrollment numbers? The projections that we have, are we going to meet the mix that we have for in-state versus out-of-state? You guys know as board members that it takes 3 in-state students to make up for 1 out-of-state student. So if you miss your out-of-state number, it can have a huge impact on your budget. So that's a concern for us. Compensation and benefits. And a 6% increase in benefits. That's a huge cost for us. Just the health insurance alone is $1,006 for each full-time employee. That's the increase. So our part of it on the education in general side is $5.8 million because when they issue a pay increase, we have to pay for half of it. That's on this side of the house. When we talk about auxiliaries, we're on the hook for 100% of it. So a pay increase is a wonderful thing for our employees. We're always excited. And then Diane and I kind of hyperventilate in a bag too, because we got to figure out how to pay for it. It's a huge expense. And they know in Richmond that we have tuition, so they don't give us all the money on purpose. But we have to come up with it. Financial assistance, this is just, if you have a tuition increase, you always have to increase your financial aid. Reengineering Madison, we talked about at length. This is our revamping of our entire platform. Our PeopleSoft is at end of life, and so we're redoing all that. You've heard about the CRM. We've just chosen our ERP. And so we're slowly building in money to be able to pay for all of that on an ongoing basis. This is a 10-year project that we're all working together to have happen. So there's $3 million of this 4.7 is reengineering Madison. The additional 1.7 here are strategic initiatives. Now, when I put out the call for the campus and asked them, okay, what do you need? We received $6.9 million in strategic initiatives that people felt like they needed to operate. And we went through them, and I met with all of the VPs and with Charlie, and we narrowed that down to 1.7. And when I say strategic initiatives, I'm talking about faculty positions, I'm talking about advisors, I'm talking about key things that the university needs to operate. We have new facilities coming online, the library, the power plant, 1.5. The unfunded mandate, that is that Virginia Military Survivors Program. Now, across all the fee systems, comp fee, auxiliary, everything, this year, that program cost the university $8.7 million. We did not receive any funding from the Commonwealth for that. We are anticipating next year it will increase to 11.5. So we're continuing to have to absorb those costs. It's a wonderful program, but it's extremely expensive. Inflation, it really needs no explanation. It's expensive for everything we've seen. A lot of the IT software has increased, and so we've seen a lot of inflationary requirements. And so all of these things are what goes into us trying to figure out what's a reasonable and prudent approach to the budget. So this is what we came up with, and I'm going to concentrate on scenario 1 because that is the recommendation from the committee. So this scenario 1 includes a 2% increase for in-state undergraduate students for tuition. So that's $162 annually or $81 a semester. And so this is the costs that are associated, this compensation and benefits, that total, that's what it costs total for us to have those increases in the 3% for comp and 6% for benefits, 11.1. Now, you'll see on the next slide that we ended up, and I told you before, we are on the hook for 5.8. That's roughly half, but that's the total amount. Then you see re-engineering Madison, our facilities. I wanted to point out, and I did last night to the members that were here, we wanted to make sure, because we've heard concerns from the board about making sure that there are promotion opportunities and retention dollars, because we were seeing a lot of our staff starting to get picked off by some of the other institutions and in the private sector. And so we made sure that we put some dollars in there for our faculty and also for our classified staff and AP faculty. So that's that line. Cost to continue, that means inflation. Those are those dollars. This contingency, this is what we, when we asked for this 2% increase, the reason we did that is because we're unsure what's going to happen in the economy and with the support from the Commonwealth. And so we wanted to have a buffer in case we receive a budget cut next year, that we had some funds available. And so we're going to do the 2% increase, but I will hold those dollars centrally so that if we have a budget cut, then we have some help there. Because as I showed you in that previous slide, on this E&G side, I don't have a lot to work with if I get a budget cut. I'm into people really quickly, and so we're trying to be prudent and make good decisions just based on what we're seeing. University access, we have earmarked some funds for additional access for students here on campus. As I said, financial aid we have to increase if you increase your tuition. Those strategic initiatives we talked about. So the total budget is $31.8 million. This slide, I just want everyone to see this because just like I just showed you a bunch of percentages from other institutions, you'll start to see this in the newspapers. People will come out and say, this university did whatever. And I just wanted to caution you that when you see those articles, and I'm particularly talking to the students because I want you to know this, all percentages are not the same because of the base that you're applying that percentage to. And this, I think this chart does a good job of showing that. This is the 15 institutions, and this is what 1% means to each one of them. So for JMU, a 1% increase for a year is $82. But if you're William and Mary, a 1% increase is $188. So depending on the percentage you're looking at, it can be a whole different sway of money for those institutions. If you look at that middle bullet, our in-state tuition is $2,160 or 21% less than the average for all the 15 publics. So our tuition is quite low. So this is just a takeaway. I just said that we're the lowest funded, our tuition is low, our 4-year in-state tuition increase average is low compared to the same period for CPI or the higher ed price index, which kind of just takes goods that higher eds use and they come up with their own price index. So we're lower than that as well. And then this final bullet is the one that I'm most proud of, considering how low our tuition is, that we have a 95% career outcome rate. So our kids graduate from college, they either go into graduate school, they get a job, or they join the military. 95%. That's much higher than the average and I don't know what it is. Tim, what is it?
78 to 85.
78 to 85. Okay, so we're at 95. And then the one I'm also particularly proud of is we have a 96% satisfaction rate among our students. We survey them every year. It's really important to us that not only are they here, but they're happy and they like where they are. So let's talk about the auxiliaries. This is the other side of the house that has the services that we provide that's outside of the classroom. So there's a whole lot of those there, and I won't read all them to you. What you need to remember about auxiliaries is that they do not receive any money from the state. So for the students in the room, one of the auxiliaries is parking. So parking doesn't get any money from anywhere else. So to pay for the parking decks and the parking lots and striping and employees and lights and snow removal and tickets, everything, anything that has to do with that office has to be paid for out of the money that we pay for our parking decals. You don't have decals anymore, but your registration fees and the tickets that you may or may not get, all of that money goes to pay for that operation. So, and just for the record, we all pay to park too. So it's all, try to make it fair. But, okay, 100% we're responsible. And that comes into play because when you have pay increases, we're on the hook for the whole shooting match. So here's some other areas that are in the comprehensive fee. I won't read them to them. You can read. So this is our proposal for the comprehensive fee side of the house. And I just want to be clear here. We have to pay for that salary increase. We have to pay for those health insurance increases, inflation, the maintenance of our buildings, all of these things. I have no choice. We have to pay for those, and I have nowhere to get it except for the fees and fines and money that we generate for the different auxiliary areas that operate, and then for the comprehensive fee. So we're proposing $172 annually, which is a 3% increase, or $86 per semester for the comp fee. So here we're going to veer off into the housing differential rates. So this is a slide that shows our housing board together, and here are some of the institutions in the Commonwealth. I just wanted to get a feel for where we land if we look at how much we're charging versus some of the other institutions. And this is us. Virginia Tech's a little bit lower than we are, but we're here over to the right. So we're very, I think we're extremely competitive. And then we started talking about differential room rates, which many universities have been doing for many years, some in excess of 30, when we started asking some institutions how long have they been doing it. And these are the reasons that we talked about, but I kind of sum it up like this. Sometimes we'll have a parent call us and say, why in the world do I have to pay the same amount for my child to stay in the village as somebody who's living in Potomac in air conditioning and private baths and, you know, a much nicer facility. Why is that the case? Excellent point. And the flip side of that is the phone call, I know Kathleen gets these from parents saying, I will gladly pay more if my child can have air conditioning. It's fine with me, just let me know how much that is. But we've never done that. The only premium we had was on our Grace Street apartments. When we opened that, we did have a premium because it was an apartment style residence hall. So we looked at it. This is what we have, which is our two rates. It's the base rate, and then if you live in Grace Street. And here's some other institutions to compare. Some of these are within the Commonwealth and some are out. But you see, there's a whole lot, bless those people's heart, in University of Delaware, they have 16 different rates. We did not want to do that. But you see the pricing of it, we're extremely low for what we charge for students to live on campus. So based on that, we came up with some rates. We also shared these with the Student Affairs Committee and the Finance and Fiscal Development Committees of the board at the last meeting. So many of you have seen these already. Category A is just the typical base rates for, most of those are Eagle shorts and like the ones in the village. And this is 31.9% of our inventory. It's at that base rate. So if you do the proposed housing change for this year, they would pay nothing besides just the regular percentage rate, which I'll get to in a minute. Category B, which are those same basic buildings, but they have air conditioning, would have a $250 per semester premium. C would be anything that was built after 2019 that has a little bit nicer bathrooms and air conditioning, would have a $500 per semester differential. And then the apartments on Grace, which currently have a $500 one, would get an additional $250. So if you add those charges in with our new charge percentage, if approved, this is where the pricing ends up. So now we have 4 rates, but still we're extremely competitive. We're down here, only App State is lower than we are, and this is our new rate compared to their existing rate, so that all of the other institutions' rates may change. So extremely competitive, even with those new fees. So the regular student fee increase we're proposing, and again, it's because I don't have a choice in covering that compensation benefits. And then in this case, and I neglected to say that about the differential rate, one of the reasons we wanted to do that was to generate more money, because we need to pay and we need to do these residence halls faster. So you see, you know, we have Potomac that's under construction right now. And we were also in Richmond working on getting another residence hall approved, because we've got to replace the village. It's old, it's worn out. And I'm also having to spend dollars, you know, like this summer, we're replacing roofs on the village buildings. I don't like putting money into the village because it's old and we're gonna tear them down eventually, but I have to use them in the interim. And we can only do this as fast as we can afford. So that was the reason that we wanted to add this additional component, so it could help us, because we've got to pay for all that. These are auxiliaries. So the proposal was $188 annually, or $94 a semester for housing. The issue with dining this year is we have had a change in our dining contract, in that the employees have unionized. There is a union called Unite Here that has targeted the dining service operations across the Commonwealth, and Virginia, VCU, ODU, William and Mary, and JMU have all unionized. And what has happened is it's increased the price of the labor for the employees that are working there. And so we have a dining increase, which is $314 annually, or $157 per semester. So, and when you look at we combine those together on our proposal. The combined room and board increase is 4%. That's $502 annually, or $251 a semester. So let's talk about the proposed tuition and fees. So education in general, right? We talked about that. So now we're going to veer off and talk a little bit about differential tuition. We have had differential tuition here on campus since 2014. We started it in the College of Business and followed up with nursing in 2015. And the reason that we have differential tuition is because it is more expensive in nursing and in the College of Business. It's significantly more expensive to educate a nursing student or a business student than the other disciplines. And when we talked about it, the thought process was that it's not fair to make all of the other students pay more for tuition because those two disciplines are more expensive. That it was more fair to have people in those disciplines actually pay more for their tuition because they were the ones that were benefiting from it. And then when they graduate, they can get jobs, higher paying jobs. And so we did it because we felt like that it was fair. We also made sure to put in a component in it that we would earmark dollars for the differential tuition. 15% of those dollars went for financial aid or any student that had issues paying that differential tuition. So it's specifically earmarked for those disciplines for differential tuition. Another reason that we put it into play is because in those two disciplines, the faculty members cost 3 times more than for the other disciplines. So it's just very expensive. And also to keep them here, if a business person or a nursing professor can go into the private sector and make a lot of money. And so we were trying to entice them to stay here, but it has been a concern. So we put it into place. This is business. This is the College of Business First. What this chart on the right shows is it takes the 4 years of 4 years of just tuition and adds in the differential tuition. So that would be the total cost for tuition of what it would cost to get a degree. Now, some institutions charge differential tuition the minute you declare. So if you're a freshman, you say you're going to be a business major, they just put it on all of your classes. We don't do that. What happens here is when you declare in spring, I think it's the spring of your sophomore year, then you start your business classes and your differential tuition is applied at that point. So typically you're a junior and a senior, it's your last 2 years. So you can see we're extremely competitive, and this is at the $50 per credit hour rate. And what we were proposing is to go from $50 a credit hour to $75. And the chart on the left shows, had we increased differential tuition at the same percentage as all of our tuition increases between 2014 and now, we would have ended up at $75. So we're kind of catching up for where we would have been. So it's a $25 increase per credit hour for College of Business. Nursing is a little bit different. The nursing programs are a lot of apples and oranges. So we were trying to get at a comparable what works. Like you'll see, like George Mason says $10. Some of these don't have differential tuition, but what they have is they have a notice on their website that says these items are things that you're going to have to pay for outside of your tuition. For instance, Radford does that. There's a whole list of things that they have to pay for outside of their regular tuition. So we were trying to compare apples and apples. And this was as close as we could get. You can see that for nursing, we're still very competitive. We're at $90 per credit hour. And we were proposing going to $125 per credit hour. And again, we did the same exercise on the left where we just showed if we had continued to increase at the same rate, we would have ended up at 128, so we're roughly in the same neighborhood for, what the differential tuition would be. And I talked to Sharon a little bit about this. One of the advantages of what we're doing is it's very expensive in nursing. There's clinicals, there's travel, the labs are very expensive. Those simulated mannequins that we have, some of those cost in excess of $100,000. They're just very expensive. But the benefit of doing it the way that we're doing is, for instance, for the equipment that the nursing students need, their stethoscopes, their iPads, their scrubs, all that stuff, we buy that for them from these dollars. And then everybody's uniform, they have the same stuff, you know, whereas at other institutions, they just tell them you need to go out and buy whatever, and they all get it. So there's also, in both of these disciplines, there's enhanced advising for these students. This money goes to hire advisors and help with faculty. So this was the proposal. Again, I just said that for business, it was to go from 50 to 75. For nursing, it was 90 to 125. I did want to point out that there are 2 business courses in the gen ed, that are gen ed courses. We do not apply the differential tuition for those 2 gen ed courses. So that was the proposal.
Tawana, last evening, when the finance committee met, there was a lot of discussion during our committee meeting, and then there was a few comments post committee. And so I talked to Charlie this morning and Steve and you as well. Can you please share with us, if we decide to do the differential a little differently, what a 3-year implementation and a 5-year implementation would look like?
Sure. So for the College of Business, if you did a 3-year, then it would increase in increments of $8. So it would go to $58, then $66, then $74. And for a 5-year, obviously, it would just do $5 increments. So it would take you 5 years to get to the 75. If you, for School of Nursing, if you did the 5-year, it would increase by $7 each year. And you'd end up at the 125. And then if you did the 3-year, we would increase it by $12 every year. So it would be 102, 114, and then 126. So we want to have even numbers for the university business officer. They'll kill me. It's just too difficult for them. But
You know, one of the things we talked about and the points were made last night, I think are very valid points, is to, you know, it's kind of on us that we waited to do this. We probably should have been increasing theirs along the way. So it's on us. So the point was made last night, and I agree. It's unfair for us to have this kind of significant increase on a junior or a senior at this institution, because they won't benefit from all that money that we're raising to do these things. And so if you phased it, they wouldn't be impacted nearly as much. And I think that's probably a more fair approach to doing it. If you just want my opinion.
Your opinion does matter.
Okay.
Suzanne?
Yes.
I have a timing question, and I don't know the answer to this. I understand your uncertainty with regard to the budget with the Commonwealth. And this is something that I'm not sure about. I assume that in our June meeting, that's a public meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a reason that we're discussing this now and not in June when you will have the budget numbers?
it is a reason. It operationally, because all of the folks that are looking to where they're going to come to school, they want to know how much they're going to be paying. And so we always try to go ahead and set this early so that they know when they're making their decision between which institution. And it also helps us in terms of billing, to be able to have all of that ready to go. So we moved to April years ago.
Yeah, but there's one more very important thing, Joni, is our financial aid office has to put these financial aid packets together. And that is often what makes the difference on a child coming here or going somewhere else. And so that date for acceptance is May 1st, isn't it?
Yeah.
Melinda? So we really do need to set our tuition now and not wait till
But this is for 25-26
yeah, for next fall.
next fall.
Yeah.
This fall.
Yeah, this coming fall.
This
Yeah.
coming fall.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Next summer.
And so if we wait to June, when we're gonna be way behind and miss out on, we think, a number of students that may make other decisions because we haven't told them what their financial aid.
Thank you.
And all the other institutions do the same. They're all meeting right about now to set theirs.
You know, Tawana, I certainly understand the concern about all at once. I will make a point, though, if you spread it out over 3 years or 5 years, I think it would be important that we attach the tuition rider to that. So if we look up 5 years from now and we only get to 75, we're putting ourselves 5 years behind again.
Correct.
And so I think that tuition rider
Yeah.
should be a part of this to make it more appropriate and more feasible for the university.
Yeah, and Tuan, I agree with Steve that maybe that target, if we're looking at that chart, push that chart to in a continuum to where it's gonna be in 5 years. So that maybe our target number is a little higher because we're spending the time now to increment. Does that make sense?
You know what Steve's talking about? One of the proposals with the differential tuition was to, every year you'd automatically increase that by whatever rate you decided the regular tuition was gonna go up. That keeps you even, so you don't fall behind like we've done with where we're at.
But that's assuming that we're gonna increase tuition every year then.
That's right.
If you didn't increase it, then.
It wouldn't
Go
move.
up.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
it would
We're
just
making an
mirror
assumption.
whatever you did.
Any other questions that you want to ask about? Yes, last night we we approved a motion to do all the packaging as discussed, as Tawana just laid out. Based on the discussions that we had, I felt like it was important for us to maybe modify what the finance committee did last evening to come back and adopt an amended budget or tuition and differential increase to incorporate the differential going up in a 3-year period or a 5-year period to help it make it more palatable on our students to manage the increase.
May I ask if my math is correct? So I believe that this means if we say for nurses who have done 2 years and they're applying in their sophomore year to start as juniors. JMU tells them what they recommend for their classes. So next year, a junior who has already done their pre-work, it means that next year they're taking 31 credits that will apply to the differential tuition, which is an increase of, if we did it all at once, over $1,000 for that student. If we do it over 3 years, it's an increase of $362 per student, in addition to the tuition increase, in addition to the comp fee increase, and if housing or dining apply to them as well. So it's not $5 more because we've increased the comp by $5. It's, if we say 3 years, over 3 years, it's increasing for them $362 in addition to all of the other ones for next year. Is that correct?
I'm guessing so. I didn't do it out that way, but yeah, I'm sure it is.
Okay,
It's per credit hour.
so for a student who is already at JMU and I think has already applied and got accepted for this program?
Yes, Sharon, you've already accepted your class for next year, right?
Yes.
And we're increasing a fee that on them that costs this much that hasn't been increased in
Since 2015.
in 10 years. I don't know if a student, if if that is a, as a student who went here and was applying, if that is a fair thing for us to say, we would have thought that tuition wouldn't, just that class would increase by that much in addition to everything else.
Nikki, with all due respect, I think if you look at some of these increases at other universities, I mean, their tuition alone, UVA's 3, Tech's 2.9, Virginia State's 3, and Radford's 2. So, I mean, I don't think any of us like increasing anything, but I think we do have a fiduciary responsibility to try and continue to give a great education and a great experience to these young people. And unfortunately, as Jack says last night, very eloquently, that costs money. And, you know, there's been inflation, there's been additional costs that we've had to tackle. And these two programs are costly. But again, hopefully these young people, when they do graduate, they'll get a return on their investment. That's the way I look at it.
And I don't want to speak for Mike and Sharon, but I think that given that it has been a while since we've done this and there is that financial aid component, I'm sure you would work with all of those students if they had a hardship because of this change. That's why we put those funds in place there.
Tom?
So Suzanne, I understand I understand all the numbers, frankly. The differential, I think the fair thing to do, knowing that we're behind and we need to do something about it, is I would like to see that stepped up 10% a year over the course of 5 years. That way there's not a hardship. There's not $1,000 hit to the juniors and seniors. And we get where we need to be. And in 5 years, if we're behind again, I don't think we're gonna be 5 or 10 years behind like we are now. But then we say, okay, well, we need to continue to increase that. So that's the one piece that I think that I certainly would be agreeable to if we decided to amend what the finance committee discussed and asked for our approval. The other increases that are, it sounds necessary, are in fact that they're necessary. So I would be on board with the comp fee increases, the housing increases, because after all, the students, they can, and the parents, they could, you know, do what they want to do, and choose a small fee increase or a larger one. Dining, same thing, although I would recommend it whenever we can that we would renegotiate our contract and see if there's anyone else that might be able to throw their hat in the ring. That's not going to happen in the next month. But the second thing that I take issue with is that 2% increase because of tuition. To say that we might need something and we're going to take $2 million from the families of Virginia, if we vote on that and agree for that 2% increase, for only if we need it because of a budgetary concern, then what I would like to see is if there is no budgetary cut, not meaning that we find a way to spend it, because I can promise you, we will find a way to spend it. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, it's just when you have money, you tend to spend it. So what I would recommend is if we take that $2 million increase and the funds are not, the budget is not a problem, that we somehow find a way not to spend that money, but to give that money back to the Commonwealth, the families that have given us that $2 million. That sounds like a lot of work. Agreed. But if we don't use it, that's not our money, in my estimation. We're taking too much money in if we don't need it.
How would you handle that, Tawana?
What I would, the whole giving back thing, I think logistically would be a nightmare. What I would say is you hold it, and then if you have, it would offset any tuition increase that you may have for the following year. So
You can't give it back to the Commonwealth. It's not the Commonwealth's
That's
money.
not-
Right, the families of the Commonwealth.
And you could do a rebate to the students, but I think it'd be minimal. I think you'd be better off
Like an
holding it
easing, right?
and using it next
Excuse me?
year.
It'd be more like an easing.
You spend more money rebating and you
Yeah.
give.
Right.
But here's the problem with that, Charlie, is we have all 15 of us have in fact been appointed by a governor who's made it very clear that he wants a tuition freeze. Now, I realize that he has gone back after conference and discussing with the House and the Senate that, okay, state schools can go up to 2.5%. He's made it very clear to me personally and to several of you personally that he wants that to be capped at 0. So if we don't cap that and we say, okay, we're gonna do 2% this year, and then next year there's a new governor, and this board that has been appointed by the guy who wanted 0, next year, then the new governor, whoever that might be, says, oh, great, that board agreed to not have another tuition increase. He's not getting his just due because he's no longer governor. And I'm representing the governor.
But every one of you will be on this board next year this time.
Yeah.
That's right, but it'll be a new governor that will.
Yeah, but they won't be able to change anything.
No, right, but they will be able to say, hey, look at that, JMU just, they capped their tuition and there's no increase.
But you know, Tom, I don't want to speak for the governor because it's not my place to, but I don't know what the governor's thinking was when he said he wanted 0 increases. But I think sometimes you can say things and then you reflect and work with people that guide you a little bit to make decisions. Some way he got to the 2.5%. I'm sure getting advice from some of his advisors. And I think the world of the governor, but I also think that just because he said that one time doesn't mean that that's etched in stone. And some of these universities have gone over the 2.5% guidelines, which I'm not sure how that works out. And I think we're being respectful with the 2%.
And to Steve's point, you know, we talked earlier about how a percentage point here and a percentage point at William and Mary means 2 very different things. I think holding a budget at 0 at JMU and holding a budget at 0 for William and Mary, given what they are given by the state operationally, it's apples and puppies. It's so different. And so I think we have a responsibility to the students and the level of education we strive and continue to provide here, but we cannot continue to ask Tawana to squeeze the stone. We will not maintain competitive.
But we're
That's
not
my
spending
feeling.
that money. The problem is we're not spending that money. We're saying we don't even need that money in case we need it.
I'm just talking about the tuition piece, and you're talking about the contingency piece.
That is
in
a tuition
particular. So I guess I'm just just generalizing this entire discussion is that I think we've done a lot with a little for a very, very long time. This board will change, but while we're here, I think we have a job to do. And I think we should do it it shouldn't be the first thing that our new president has on his plate. It should be the responsibility of this board to give him a good starting place. So I'll end there, but thank you.
I think historically, in the last 25 years, there have been 2 periods of flat tuition. One period was former Speaker Kurt Cox made a big initiative about investing in universities so we could keep tuition. The next time that I recall, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, was when we had financial instability from COVID. And the board in that year, because they were concerned about financial instability among students who were coming here, among a lot of things, decided it was a good idea in 2021, keep tuition flat, because we understood that students, their families, the instability from that front should not be passed from us to them when this is the outlook. I think that is a good perspective for us to have when we are facing a similar question of what will the economics look like. I think that it's a fair sort of consideration for us. If we are in an economic time, then we might need to think about that again.
I have Terry Edwards who has raised her hand. Terry?
Yes, thank you, Suzanne. I'm supportive of the presentation that Tawana made. And then in response to Tom's comment, maybe an alternative would be that money is reserved and give the president the latitude of taking that into consideration on tuition increases the subsequent years. So that would be a way to hold it in, hold it in the budget, but keep an idea that that could be used at his discretion based on future possible tuition increases. And that saves the families, much like what you've already suggested, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
I just want to confirm a couple numbers. Sharon, like 31 credit hours per year for the junior and senior year, is that right?
It's a total of 60.
It's 61 credit hours.
61 total.
31 1 year.
Okay, and Mike, same?
Yeah, so the only difference is business students do start taking classes in their, sorry.
I know.
In their freshman year that would have differential tuition applied to it. So for a business student, this change, I don't know that I'm answering your question. I think
Total over 4 years that get a rider that they don't.
$1,550 net new.
Yep.
But that's about $380 per year for a student.
There you go. So $1,000 for the business students and the. That's fine. I'll do the math. 60.
Credit hours?
Yeah. Right, 61, thanks.
For 2 years.
Yeah, yep, understood, total. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob.
I just want to offer a flip side of the fairness argument. So one of the challenges here is because we haven't raised the differential tuition, costs have increased for both Sharon and Mike over that time period. Those costs are borne by everybody else. And so there's a fairness issue with the students in those programs, but there's also a fairness issue with all the rest of the students who essentially are subsidizing those programs because we've not raised differential tuition and their costs have increased, and we want to keep those programs at the high quality they are right now. So there's two sides of the fairness argument. I'm just asking you to consider.
Are there any other questions that need to be answered by Tawana or Charlie?
I'm just listening to Terry's comments and Tom, I'm wondering if there would be a way to restrict the unspent funds, the $2 million, to the next year's tuition.
We can certainly put that language in and have it amend what finance did last evening. And that's what I'm looking for now, is for the language for an amendment if you want to amend anything that finance did last evening. So if you want to put the language in on, restricting the funds, and if they're not spent, having the new president use those dollars towards defraying any tuition increases next year, we can put that language in. And we can also put language in to defer or prorate the increase of differential to 3 years or 5 years, or any way we want to. This is the opportunity now to put the language in, and then we need to adopt the motion because we have to adopt a tuition increase today.
Is it 3 motions?
Or we have to adopt what we're going to do today.
Is this 3 motions or 1 motion? One for, is it 3?
It's one motion for the tuition and fees, and then one motion for the budget, I think, Tawana, is that
Well,
correct?
there's one for tuition fees, one for summer, and
Yeah.
then one for the budget.
So we just need to amend the single motion on tuition and fees.
So the tuition and fees includes the 2% increase, and includes the differential tuition for business and nursing and the housing. So that's all one, that's all one motion. Okay.
Suzanne, would now be the time for me to make that motion?
Yes, it would.
Okay, I would like to make a motion, Madam Director. So I would make a motion that we increase the differential over the course of 5 years by roughly 10%. And I say roughly, just so that those numbers are even for your team. Whatever that would be, it might be 9.7%, whatever, but 10% a year over 5 years. And I would also like to make a recommendation for the housing differential to be as recommended. Those are options for the students, so I don't see a problem with that. And then I would like to lastly recommend in the amendment that I will agree with that 2% increase, so long as that is spent only at the discretion of this board for next year's tuition potential increase. So that's my.
So I've been corrected. It's not an amendment. It's suggested language
Okay.
for the amendment.
Okay.
Tawana, what would the numbers be based on Tom's suggestion.
Quickly.
I mean, what would it increase one year and then what would it increase the
So much
next?
differential tuition.
Oh,
It's compound.
the differential tuition, if he's doing 10%, I think it ends up being $5 for the College of Business. For 10% on nursing, it'd be 9 instead of 20.
That's the first year.
Right, and then each year it
Yeah, and
changes a
then
little
each
bit.
year,
But
and
it's
and
compound.
it would be 10% each year, so that would be based on that new number.
Yeah, then you get into odd numbers.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Well, so maybe we can do so that it wouldn't be odd. It would be roughly 10%, and we can actually put in the motion what that exact number would be, so that it's not, $116.70 the second year and so on.
So Tom, let me just ask if what you're suggesting is, let's just use business, because that's simple math for me. It's 5 years, it's $25, it's $5 a year.
Correct.
To get to 75. The only bugaboo in that is it's taken 5 years to get to where we should be today. It's 75. So that's where I say some way you have to put a tuition modifier in there, whatever we raise the tuition. If it's 0, it'd be 0. If it's 1%, it'd be 1%. If it's 2%, it'd be 2%. I know that gets Tawana into potentially odd numbers,
That's fine.
but y'all can figure that out.
So Steve, are you saying 5% and then on top of that would be whatever the tuition increases?
No, it'd be $5.
Yeah.
It'd be $5 plus whatever the tuition increase was going to be for that year. Because remember, going back 10 years, what got us to where we are today is we didn't raise the rate for 10 years. We didn't tie it to the tuition. So
Yeah.
if we go 5 years and get to the same $75 that we're trying to get to today,
5 years
we're
behind.
5 years behind them again.
Unless we, starting at year 6, continue and not just say, well, we'll give it another 10 years and try to get us in the same predicament. I see what you're doing and it makes practical sense, but I'm concerned about more increases based on potential tuition increases. So year 6, a new board probably would take up the discussion and say, okay, do we want to keep it at 75 and 125? Or do we want to increase that year over year again?
Okay, this is gonna get way too complicated for us to resolve at today's meeting. So what I would like to suggest is language for the motion regarding the monies held in contingency. We'll deal with that. Nicole gave me all monies held in the contingency line item of the budget must be applied first towards the projected 26-27 budget increase.
Unless it's needed for a budget reduction.
Right.
Right. But something in that general
Yeah.
amendment.
Language to
states-
that to deal with one concern.
Yeah.
I think that the differential, can we add language? I'm not supposed to make this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. How about if we increase it by the $5, the roughly 10% that you're talking about? But we come back to this board to figure out how the pricing index or the increase annually, we just can't not address that. That's the important piece of this. We need to address it. We can't ignore something 5 years, 10 years, and stay pace with what the economy is requiring of us to have the materials, the labs, the faculty to do the job, to get the job done.
Is there a tuition escalator or some type of projected tool that you're using, Tawana, at all? And
No, it's really based on, every year it's different. Do you have a pay raise? Do you not? It's that sort of thing. I mean, we look at the CPI,
we
but
project
there are a
on
lot of
that.
factors.
Well,
Biennial budget.
right, but what it comes down to is for this year, the only increase would be the $5. If we were to do it this year, the only increase would be the $5.
That'd be correct.
Next year, when we come back to do the budget and tuition again, next year is when we would need to realistically make a decision as to whether or not we're going to add a 2% to that $5. It's not necessarily something we have to do for this year's budget. Because we're not going to raise we're not gonna raise it 2% on top of the $5 we're already gonna
That's right.
do. That $5 will be this year's increase. Next year's increase would be something different, and that would be tied to, if we don't raise tuition next year, then there would not be an increase. To
On
that,
top of that $5.
on top of that $5.
I would just love to codify this with this board for that $50 and $35, $25 for business and $35 for nursing over 5 years. I would love to codify that so that we know.
Right, but I think, but if we go through and say it's gonna be $5, $5, that's codified, that is set in stone for
Okay.
the next 5 years. Same thing for nursing. Next year, whatever it is for the 5 years, 5 years.
Yeah.
Next year, when we come back, we have the conversation, because it will be all the same people.
Yeah.
Do we want to include if we raise tuition by 1%?
Yeah.
We will then apply it to that tuition
Yeah.
for
Okay.
going
Yeah.
forward. But it is locked in for Tawana and her team. The escalators there, or the set increase for both business and nursing is set, locked in.
Yeah.
The conversation is what that potential escalator may be.
That's right.
Tied to other things, but that's a next year conversation, not a today conversation.
And that is not the 2%.
May
Yeah, I like that.
May I suggest simple language?
Please.
An increase of $5 for business,
Year one.
$7 for nursing. Done. Between now and next spring, hopefully this fall, we could have staff to bring forward a proposal with regard and language with regards to how we would solve the rest.
I like the way you think.
But is that each year over year for 5 years though, Mike?
One time, it's $5 and $7
Per year, but just for this year?
One
Just
time.
for this, I don't like that.
No, I'm saying we need simplicity. Otherwise, we're gonna spend another hour.
No, David just hit it.
No, I think we got, I think if we do the escalator for 5 years, as we talked about, it's $5 a year. It gets us to 25 we need to get for business over 5 years. What is it, 7 for nursing? We lock in for the next 7 years. It's going to be the $7 increase for the $7 increase for the next 5 years. That is locked in, that is set in stone for the next 5 years. When we come back next year, we have the conversation of, do we tie an additional, if we don't raise tuition, then there will be no additional increase above that $5.
Correct.
Yeah.
If we raise tuition by 1%, then we would have that conversation that it would be tied to those additional fees to match what the tuition would be.
Okay, so what Dave just described. Does anybody have any discussion on what Dave just described?
May I ask a procedural question?
Yes.
So every year we vote on tuition and fees for this particular year.
Correct.
I am interested in why we would not do Michael's perspective, because we are saying we're gonna say this for 5 years. But every year we have to come back and make a new determination that we are going to stay with whatever we've said this year. And so usually you don't project that way, I don't believe, for 5 years from now. Because every year we're coming back and we have to approve it. So it seems to me that we would approve this year's and then approve next year's next year.
So can I speak to that, Madam Rector? The reason I don't like that, Nikki, is because we're leaving the future of the students potential in 3 years. Next year, we'll all be here 3 years from now. The new board says, you know, we're gonna do that 50% increase, forget the students.
But
And it's not codified.
That's always a possibility.
Well, unless the precedence is set that we
But
agree.
there's not a real, the board makes the decision individually every year. So it does not matter if we say we're going to tie our hands today. In 3 years, it doesn't actually matter, because the new board, I'll be on the board in 3 years, you will too. We will make a new decision in 3 years. We have to make this decision every year. It's a requirement that we make this decision every year. So I prefer Michael's perspective, because we are making this year's decision this year, like we are supposed to. And next year, we will make next year's decision next year, like we are supposed to. I think we're having this hypothetical conversation that's not actual, that we can say in 5 years, we're going to agree. In 5 years, the board that is seated here in our seats in 5 years makes the choice, not us.
Yeah, point well taken.
Nikki, the board, the sitting board does the tuition and fees. So we're not here 3 years from now. We can't tell, technically, we can't tell them they have to follow what we did, adopted today.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a goal. But each board is, Nikki is correct, each board has the autonomy of doing what they want to do with tuition and fees.
So the other students are going to continue to subsidize the college of business and the college of nursing
If we don't
if we don't
do what we need
get
to
it
do.
done, so.
Well, I think, but Michael's perspective is that we would move towards that
So,
goal.
right, simplicity for today, $5 and $7. Staff creates three options, three COAs, brings that to us in the fall. We have a discussion, then that way we're not taking more time today because you got a full agenda. Plus, then in the spring of next year, it's all kind of baked, if you will, and then we're done.
A motion on the floor, and can we reread the motion? What motion are we discussing?
I'm not sure that my motion I've got will apply to this.
Okay, thanks.
Read
Point
what you
board.
have, please.
All right, I will try. Madam Rector, on motion of the Finance and Physical Development Committee, I move that scenario 1 for the 25-26 tuition year and fees, which includes a 2% increase in in-state tuition for undergraduate students, inclusive of the differential room rates, and amended for differential tuition for the College of Business and Nursing be approved as presented today. And I'm assuming we would be talking about what Michael just said.
Somebody would, if it's seconded, then somebody would then move to amend the motion. Discuss that, you vote on that, and then you vote on the motion as amended. So I second the motion on the floor.
Okay, do I have a motion to amend the differential of business and nursing as we've just discussed?
So moved.
And now do I need a second.
I'll second.
Is there any more discussion?
I have a question. In Michael's motion, does that include the 2% tuition increase?
No, we will ask staff, that's gonna be a whole nother discussion. Madam Rector, I'm suggesting, let's keep it simple, 5 and 7. The staff brings multiple courses of action that include that, Dickie, that or not, and we discuss it there.
Yes.
Yeah, the 2% is in the motion, the original motion.
The original motion.
But that's for the
You're talking
tuition.
That's just
Well,
the tuition. That's
I may have
nothing
I may have misinterpreted. You got two issues. You got a 2%, which we've already talked about. The $5 and the $7, if we do not have some form of increase per year in the future, then it's gonna bite us again. So so it depends on what you're asking me. Are you asking the 2% for tuition or the 2% for the 5 and 7?
I understand the 5 and 7. I'm asking, in your motion, does the 2% stay or go?
Right now, the only,
Different
there's-
discussion.
yeah,
I'm not
the only
talking
we're doing
about
right now is,
Right?
the only
Hold
motion we're
on,
doing.
hold on. The 2%, we're only amending the differential part. The 2% is proposed and we're not changing that.
Right.
So it's included in this.
It's included in this motion. We're only amending the differential on business and nursing.
But we also have to add in the amendment per amendment as well for holding the 2%.
Correct.
So right now, all we're discussing, the only
So-
amendment we're discussing is Michael's $5 and $7 for business and nursing.
Correct.
We have to approve that, and then we can go and add your amendment to the 2%, and then would be a vote on the full proposal.
Okay, so any more discussion on the business and nursing differential? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting that amendment to the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. I now open the floor for an amendment that Nicole wrote. Went back.
You can read that.
That
No
all
private
monies
pen-
held in the contingency line item,
Well, I need to make a motion to amend, right?
right?
I'd like to make a motion to amend with the language that Madam Rector is getting ready to read, and I would need a second.
And the contingency line item of the budget must be applied first towards the projected 2026-27 budget
Unless needed to address what Charlie brought up.
increase unless it's needed but due to economic downturn.
Second.
Does that, did you include language with board approval? in
I'm
that?
fine with that, yes, absolutely, the board is.
There's a second. More discussion on that piece being added to the amendment. Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting that motion to the original motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
We've got it. Now, we have to adopt the original motion that Steve read with the amended forms. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there any more discussion to that motion? All those in favor of adopting the motion as been amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Thank you. The motion is adopted. Thank you very much. Proposed budget. Tawana.
Okay, you
Please.
need to do the summer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And the same percentages applied, so I would assume you're saying,
Madam Rector, on motion from the Finance and Physical Development Committee, I move that scenario 1 for tuition and fees for the 2026 summer session, which includes a 2% increase for in-state undergraduate students, be approved as presented today with the modifications that we talked about in the first motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those that want to approve the summer tuition as read signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Thank you. The motion is adopted. Tawana.
yes. I'll just briefly run through, this is just the chart, just so you can see this. This shows where we would be with the change that you just accepted compared to everyone else at their current rates. So the point of this slide is just to show that JMU is still extremely competitive. If you look to the far right for total in-state, we're number 10, and total out-of-state, we're number 8 among the Commonwealth. And this slide shows when you compare us with other institutions for our out-of-state students, kind of where we fall with those we compete against, we're number 21. Oh, sorry, where'd my budget? Where'd the budget go? We need to do the budget. And it jumped to Melinda's.
I think Steve amended it out of the slide deck.
I've got the motion ready.
They just got there.
Does it matter if it's on the live stream?
I mean, it's still live streaming, so online.
Well, I'll say a little bit about it while Travis is looking to get that. So the budget will have to include language that says it's amended to reflect these changes that you've made, because the differential tuition was in that budget. So there's a line item, the academic program, the revenues there will change, and then the associated expenses with that will change as well. So we will amend the budget to reflect the changes you made today. It should be
Should
right
we
after.
add that language into our budget or your motion?
Uh,
Not yet, but just when you read it.
I think it'll cover it because we talk about the amended differential tuition. I'll add that to of $5 and $7. There it goes.
So I'll go through this really quickly, because I know we spent a lot of time. This is our existing budget this year, 775 million. You see the education and the auxiliaries. On the educational side, the top part of the slide, and I'm just concentrating on scenario 1, which included that 2%. The top part is 12.8. That is all the support that we received from the Commonwealth. And then the 18.9 is the tuition, the non-general fund money, for the total of 31.8. And then on the expense category, this is what I was just mentioning. You see the compensation. This academic operations line will change because that's where that differential tuition was noted here. So we will adapt that to incorporate the $5 and $7 as you guys have chosen. Not going to go through all this again. We talked about re-engineering Madison. I talked about the staff retention. There's a line here for university access. We've identified dollars to increase our students' ability to attend. Then you see the strategic initiatives. Again, the expenditures match the revenues of the 31.8. And again, we will adjust. On the auxiliary side, with the changes we made today between boardroom, the comprehensive fee, and the miscellaneous sales, we're at 19.9. We spend the money in much the same way. You see that contractual obligations on the top line, that 10.4. That's because our dining operation is so huge. We have a really big dining operation here. And you see on the auxiliary side of the house, there's debt on the sheet. And that's because we're self-supporting, so we have to pay for all of our operations. And then the other categories are the same. I do want to point out that we are building in money on the auxiliary side now to help us pay for re-engineering Madison, because the auxiliaries will use all of that IT enhancement just like everyone else. We did build in staff retention on this side, so our expenditures are 19.9. So these numbers will change slightly just because of those differential decisions, but it's the total increase to the budget would have been 6.7. I think it'll fluctuate maybe about 3 million. Well, it'll be a little less than that, actually. So this was what it would have been with scenario 1. So we will amend. And then that's it for me.
Steve.
All right, Madam Rector, on the motion from the Finance and Physical Development Committee, I move that scenario 1 proposal for the 25-26 budget with 2% increase in in-state undergraduate for in-state undergraduate students, inclusive of the differential roommate rate and amended differential tuition for the College of Business at $5 and nursing at $7 be approved as presented today.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Thank you. The motion is approved. Budget is approved. Thank you, Tawana.
Next time I'm gonna bring a chair.
Melinda, enrollment management. Give us an update. Give us some good news.
All right. Is this the one that you didn't see? Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you again. I'm happy to sort of give you an update on the Division for Enrollment Management, which covers admissions, financial aid, Centennial Scholars, Valley Scholars, and we'll look into just a few of those programs. We're going to start with what I know you want to know the most about, which is the admissions process and where things are today with our class. So we'll start with a bit of a year in review. We've been talking about the number of applications the university has received all year. And so to kind of give us that perspective, we're just over 46,000 applications that have been submitted to the university for next year's fall class. That does include our transfer students. That's almost a 10% increase over last year. And if we look as far back as 2021, which is where we hit our lowest number of applicants in our history of the university, that's almost it's a 93 or 92.5% increase, just incredible growth and trajectory. And again, that has to do with the Common App, but it also has to do a lot with JMU and the interest of being a part of this campus community. The admit rate continues to decline, which is always good news about the competitiveness. That speaks to the competitiveness of our class. Financial aid offers, I am just pleased to say they're out, they're going. At this time last year, we were just beginning to get information. Students did not have preliminary information to be able to make decisions, but those are happening. And we're still a few weeks away from May 1st. And for those of you that don't know, admitted students have until May 1 to make their choice about where they decide to attend. So we're in the, Matt, help me with my reference. We're in the second half, but we're not yet in the fourth quarter. I think is a good way to look at it. Getting us ready for the spring game tomorrow. So as we look at the first year class, because it does represent our largest number of applicants, it also represents the largest number of new students coming to the university. I wanted to kind of give you a highlight of how the decisions came together this year. So 44,000 students applied for the class. That's about a 10%, 11% increase in our applicant pool, and it has now officially doubled of what it was in 2021. 65% of students so far have been offered admission to the university. We always build a wait list. A wait list is for a group of students who would be the next group of students we would want to admit if we had room in our class to do so. Transparently, it's also my contingency plan. So if my first round of offers are not as successful as I thought it would be, I want to have a wait list, a strong wait list population that I can draw from and go to immediately. There's always a group of students who apply that are not yet ready for JMU. So about 16% of students were not offered admission. And we are very lucky to say that the vast majority of students who applied to JMU will complete their admissions application. So 2.5% of our applicants either did not choose to finish their application, meaning they didn't submit all the additional documents that we asked for, or they chose to withdraw their application before we could render a decision. And that does happen. Students may apply early decision to another institution, they get that offer, and then they withdraw so that other students get a chance because they know they don't want to take up a seat if another student, especially their classmates and peers, they'll pull their application out and let other students be considered. But I think it's remarkable that an institution with 44,000 applications, we really do get to pick from 97% of the students who are applying to the university of who we can say yes to. So from there, I want to look at first year demographics, just kind of a high level view of who we offered admission to that will eventually make up our class of 2029, right? All the students have their offers of admission and now we're waiting. So here is that general breakdown. In terms of gender, we had about 39% of our students identified as male, 69% or 60% identified as female. When we look at some other demographics of the class, 18% are first in their family to attend college. Currently, about 13% of the students are Pell eligible. That data point will continue to change as we receive additional FAFSA information. So students have to submit the FAFSA, and that tells us who is Pell eligible. So as we get more information in, that number will continue to evolve, but currently is at 13%. About 1% of our admitted student population is international. That's also a percentage that will continue to change because international students, along with military students, will continue to apply over the summer months. And so that will shift and change for us as well.
I'm always asked, what are students interested in studying? What are they talking about in terms of their popular majors? I can report that we had almost every major, actually, I think we did have every single major listed on an application in terms of the interest from our students who applied and were admitted to the university. But this represents the top 9 majors of interest based on the application. You can see heavy interest in the health sciences, in business, and in STEM continues to show its face. But I was really proud to see that political science is on that list. Yay, it was on that list as well. And it's only 9 because I was going for symmetry on my slide. I could have filled this with many more. The other major I want to kind of just draw your attention to is called exploratory. That is a way of describing students who are undecided or undeclared. They're exploring their options, all the majors that JMU has to offer, and then they will eventually choose a home college. And we know that that sometimes takes time. But JMU is a great place for a student who is exploring their majors or academic opportunities. And so we're really proud that that continues to be at the top of the interest list, that they recognize JMU for that as a place where they can explore all their academic areas before locking in. When we look at our admit offers in state, our admitted students represent over 478 high schools across the Commonwealth. Fairfax and Loudoun County, or NOVA, will always represent, or typically represent, our largest percentage of applicants, and therefore translates to our largest number of admits, just simply by volume. That is no different. We do not have representation from 4 areas within the Commonwealth, and that disappoints me greatly to say that to you, because one of the points of pride that I really like is that JMU purposefully represents, I think we are at 132 of 133 cities and counties across the state, and we want to keep that in place. And so the only reason that these areas are not represented is because we didn't have applicants this year. So if a student doesn't apply, I can't admit them. And if I can't admit them, I can't recruit them. And if I can't recruit them, they're not going to come to JMU. So we have some work to do, and we know that we have work to do in the Commonwealth to ensure that we keep our pipelines open and that we're welcoming all students to the campus or to the university from across the Commonwealth. When we look out of state, this gives you a broader picture. I wanted to kind of give you an idea of where the disbursement of offers of admission were made this year. So we represent all 50 states. There may only be 1 or 2 admits in some of those states, but all 50 states are represented in our admit offers. And over 90 countries we were able to offer admission to students to as well. I did, reading tea leaves is kind of part of my job. I think Tawana and I understand that work very well. Knowing our goal to 25% out-of-state enrollment over the next 6 years or so, I wanted to make sure I set us up well for that success, or to the best of my ability. So I did offer about 10.5% additional offers of admission out of state. Actually, that's gone up just a little bit. We're almost at 11% now when you compare that to last year. And again, we're kind of reading the tea leaves, trying to figure out what would be happening and making sure that I can position us as best as possible to make sure that we meet our enrollment goals. Oh, and then we are seeing some continued growth from southern states. And because we see that growth, we're able to admit more students from North Carolina, from Georgia, from Florida, Texas. As an example, Tennessee continues to kind of thrive and show promise for us, and so it's very exciting. In terms of financial aid, kind of the most important point is that students are receiving their preliminary financial aid offers, and that information is ongoing. So far, just over 18,000 students have received a preliminary financial aid offer. That's approximately 64% of our admitted student population. Generally, about 75% of admitted students will apply for financial aid and receive a preliminary offer. So we still have some more time. We're working to get those financial aid packages out, and this number would be vastly different today. I think this was the number I had given to you maybe a week ago. So that number has changed already. 13% again of the students who have submitted financial aid information to us, their FAFSA data, 13% are Pell eligible, but that number is also going to continue to shift and change. All of our recruitment scholarships, the scholarship dollars that we have set aside to recruit the class of 2029, that's approximately 7% or 2,100 scholarship offers. All of those have been extended to students to help them make a decision. And the way that that breaks down is about 5% of our scholarship offers go to our in-state students, and about 10% of scholarship offers go out of state. So total of about 7% of scholarships that we have to send. Or the 2,100, sorry, I made that confusing. Centennial Scholars, and we don't talk about enough, I think, about the Centennial Scholars Program and how dynamic of a program this is. It is for in-state students who are Pell eligible. That is a mandatory requirement. They are also students who are first in their family to attend college. It is a full tuition and fees scholarship to the university, full cost of attendance to the institution for 50 students. And so I bring this to your attention because what we are seeing is an increased number of students applying for this particular scholarship program. And so in just 3 years, we have seen a 59% increase of students applying to be a part of the Centennial program. Most often, and in order to qualify, the bare minimum requirement, students must be a Virginia resident, they must be Pell eligible, and they must also be first in their family. And so we're seeing increases in students that are interested in qualifying for the Centennial Scholars. But because it only has 50 seats, our offer rate is right at 7%. And then my last slide is just a progress report on where we are on our way to May 1st. And as Tawana has expressed, there's some economic uncertainty, and I share that. I think we're in a good position, and we will have a class of 4,800 students. I cannot yet predict, will we have the in-state, out-of-state makeup or breakout that we want? It's harder to determine than it has been even the last 2 years for us. Currently, we're at, actually, I've got updated numbers. It's changed dramatically already. So as of this morning, we have 3,386 confirmed deposits in our first year class. That's 2,518 in-state students and 868 out-of-state students. The out-of-state number is interesting. In just less than 6 days, I've been able to move that about almost 200 students. And so that's remarkable gains, but I still do not know where we will come in the final days of leading up to May 1st. And then our transfer deposits, they're critical, important. It's just a smaller pool to be able to give you such a demographic view, but they do absolutely make and play an important role in this community. And so our transfer deposits are also performing quite well as we walk toward our May 1st deadline. And so with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I know I moved very quick.
Any questions for Melinda? Michael?
Melinda, please confirm the freshman class, the first year class rather, what's the goal? What's the percentage goal for out of state?
Yes, the percentage at 1,400 is where we're trying to make to 1,400.
Thank you.
So 4,800 new students,
Right.
1,400 of those to be out of state.
Jeff?
Does the transfer deposits include Blue Ridge, the program President King mentioned with the BR to JMU? Is there a deposit involved in that, or is are they transfers from other 40?
They'll be transfer students from Blue Ridge, and so they would not pay a deposit to JMU. They would initially they enroll with Blue Ridge. So they are not in my count.
Where were you last year at this time, Melinda, based on those numbers for in-state and out-of-state?
Sure. So, based on in-state and out-of-state. Well, this meeting, let's see, we're meeting about a week and a half to 2 weeks earlier than originally planned. And so, let's see if I can pull magic out of my hat. I think that we were at about 3,500 deposits last year. So we are lagging a little bit behind, right? If we're at 3386, we were 3,500 at this point. I don't have the in-state, out-of-state. I wrote a lot of things down, but that was not one that I wrote down.
Gotcha. Thank you.
But I can look at and report out.
Other questions for Melinda? Good luck.
It's great.
Thank you, Melinda.
Thank you.
I'd like to now, take just a minute, for two things. First, Brielle, will you stand up? Brielle, thank you so much for working with us this year. I recognized, Charlotte earlier and Sydney, but we've enjoyed having you be a part of, leadership here at the university, student leader. And we wish you well and hope that you love, Chesterfield County, but we look forward to welcoming you back very often on campus. Thank you so much. And now we have recognition of the interim president.
Not done.
So, Sherry, come forward, please. We've invited Sherry to be here. I have several things I first would like to adopt a resolution from the board. And is there a motion to adopt the resolution, which I'll read momentarily?
Madam Rector, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the resolution recognizing Charlie and Sherry? signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let me stand and read it to you. I hope I can see it. Yes, I'm good. Whereas Charlie King, who served James Madison University as Senior Vice President of Administration and Finance for 25 years, retired with great honor in December 2021. And whereas he unselfishly accepted the Board of Visitors offer to come out of retirement and serve as president of JMU for 1 year beginning July 1, 2024, allowing the Board of Visitors to focus on the vital work of searching for the university's 7th president. And whereas his deep understanding of the university's strategic direction and operations provided him with expertise to propel the university forward, and whereas the respect he cultivated in Richmond while leading the government relations of the university for decades allowed him to skillfully share the vision and value of JMU to the Commonwealth during the 2025 General Assembly session, and whereas he brought stability to a university in leadership transition, led with bold confidence on the goals set out by the Board of Visitors, and brought greater transparency to the university governments with the faculty and students. And whereas during his presidency, applications to the university broke all past records, nearly topping 45,000, including significant gains in out-of-state applications. And whereas JMU claimed its first bowl game victory in the school, and I've lost my place, bowl game in 2024 season, and won 4 regular season titles and 2 conference titles in other sports. And whereas Sherry King served as JMU's First Lady with commitment, dedication, as a valued partner. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Visitors of James Madison University thank and commend Charlie King for serving faithfully and successfully as president of the university during the year ending June 30, 2025, unanimously adopted by the Board of Visitors of James Madison University, the 11th day of April, 2025.
Thank you very much.
I got a few too.
Here, you hold your resolution. All right, I'm gonna step out. Get one more. I also would like to present you guys with a gift from the Board of Visitors that we collected. And it's a little token of the appreciation that we have for the year you've given us. It's been a great year, but you haven't missed a beat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And then one last little thing.
Okay.
If you see up there, we are replacing the plaques on the Madison statue, and wherever your name appears, it will be updated that you were the interim president from 2024 to 2025. We appreciate and value.
Thank you so much for that. I know that's a lot. It's been a great year. Sherry and I've enjoyed doing this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Charlie, very much. Now, Nikki, will you take us into closed session?
Madam Rector, I move the board go into closed session to discuss the following matters pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss personnel matters involving assignments, promotions, performance, retirements, hirings, resignations, salary adjustments, and status changes of faculty members, university administrators, and appointees. And pursuant to section 2.2-3711A3 for discussion or consideration of acquisition of real property for public purpose or for the disposition of publicly held real property. And pursuant to 2.2-3711A7 to consult with legal counsel pertaining to actual or probable litigation. And pursuant to 2.2-3711A8 to consult with legal counsel for the provision of legal advice by such counsel. And finally, pursuant to 2.2-3711A9 for discussion or consideration of matters relating to gifts, requests, and fundraising activities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No. All those in favor of going into closed session, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are in closed session. I thank everyone for coming. Have a great rest of your afternoon, and we'll re-adjourn in about 5 minutes and closed. Thank you.
What do you think, Paul? Yeah, it was a real treat. And so what was that last part? You didn't know about this?
Okay, are we ready? Are we live? No, we're not live. That's
Sorry.
that's okay.
1 second.
Couple more hours.
We should. Yeah, we should be live.
During the closed session, the board discussed only matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements and only those types of matters identified in the motion for the closed session. I need to go around the room and ask each. Darn, lost somebody. Everybody go around and say that they agree.
Agree.
I agree.
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 Agree. Agreed.
Agree.
Agree.
Agree. Did I sit here, Terry? I'm sorry, I didn't hear Terry. Okay.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agree.
Agreed.
Agree.
Thank you. We are, I now call for a motion to approve the personnel action report.
Madam Rector, I move the board approve the personnel action report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting or approving the personnel action report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Our next motion is on DEI. Is there a motion to accept the resolution?
Madam Rector, I've got a motion. I would propose we accept the resolution of the James Madison University Board of Visitors regarding the future of diversity, equity, and inclusion on campus. Whereas James Madison University highly values diversity, including diversity of thought and experience, and fosters an inclusive environment, encouraging a culture of opportunity for all of which immensely enrich our campus, and is committed to providing every student an education that is free from discrimination and grounded in merit. And whereas James Madison University mission statement includes a commitment to preparing students to be educated and enlightened citizens who lead productive and meaningful lives. And whereas the laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia do not require state agencies to have a standalone office of diversity, equity, and inclusion or dedicated DEI officers, nor do they require an infrastructure, strategic plan, or any elements that do not comply with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, or other federal civil rights laws. And whereas James Madison University Board of Visitors and its administration are committed to complying with the law, and while also honoring the university's commitment to its values of including being an inclusive community that values the richness of all individuals and perspectives. Now, be it therefore resolved that the Board of Visitors directs the president and the administration of the university to take the following actions as informed by the February 14th, 2025 Dear Colleague letter and the March 1st, 2025 frequently asked questions. Ensure that all university programs, policies, practices, and actions in every regard comply with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, and other federal civil rights laws. This includes, but is not limited to, admissions, hiring, promotion, compensation, financial aid, administrative support, housing, graduation ceremonies, and all other aspects of student, academic, and campus life. Ensure there are no efforts to circumvent prohibitions on the use of race by relying on proxies or other indirect means to accomplish such ends, and to ensure there are no third-party contractors, clearinghouse, or aggregators that are being used by the university in an effort to circumvent prohibited uses of race. Be it further resolved that the university's Division of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion excuse me, is dissolved immediately, and that only those functions currently administered by that division that comply with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, and other federal civil rights laws be reassigned. And be it further resolved that the Board of Visitors directs the president and university administration to continue to review ongoing guidance from the U.S. Department of Education and the United States Attorney General and make appropriate changes to comply fully with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, and other federal civil rights laws. And finally, be it resolved that the president shall report to the Board of Visitors, James Madison University's full compliance with this resolution at the board meeting in June 2025.
Is there a
Seconded.
second?
Second, this is Terry, second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting the resolution as read by Steve signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. The resolution is adopted. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. See you all June 5th and
We're at
6th in Williamsburg.
Good morning.